Chapter 1187 Tao Banquet. Key Speakers. Wang Wei already knew who to choose as the last key speaker for the Soul Path, and that would be its founder, Liang Shixian. However, it took him some thought to choose the very first. There were few god kings in the first place, and the best originated from the divine race. So he chose someone who could establish an excellent standard for that area. The preacher did an excellent job. His sermon was mainly about the soul, as this was their expertise. The young divine race, named Red Ocean, took a page out of Jean Yes' book and discussed the balance between the essence, spirit, and chi, but the main focus is the spirit instead. This sermon lasted 2,100 years. The rest of the soul area sermons involved four main topics: soul, incense, divine law, and divine will. Liang Shixian convinced his people to talk about the insurgent technique of condensing divine laws and wills in the hope of further increasing the strength of this divine path. Wang Wei's soul Tao benefited immensely from all these sermons about the soul and spirit. It did not take long for the soul area's turn to finish. They had their lows and highs, including their unique take on professions like alchemy that involved using faith in the process. Then it was finally Liang Shixian's turn to speak. He took a moment to compose himself. One of his main goals was to expand the God path and make it as good as the Emperor path. However, as soon as he became the first God King, reality hit him, and he realized this goal was impossible. So he focused on spreading his path and, at least, making it as good as the Tao path. Sadly, people would rather become Tao ancestors than God Kings. Many people would even walk the lesser paths because of how young his path was and the restraint of incense. The progress would have been even worse if not for his decision to ally with the soul race across the endless void, due to their affinity to this path. Due to the current situation, Liang Shixian has been debating whether he should ascend to pursue the higher realms of this path, or stay in the lower dimension to continue growing. And so far, he's leaning on staying. So far, this event has been going well regarding showing the strength of our path. Let's end things with a bang, just like the immortal path. Liang Shixian preached. As the founder of this path, he had the most profound sermons, continuing for as long as 2,800 years. However, they were not as impactful as the Turtle Kings. Liang Shixian sighed in regret. He did his best, but it was not enough. The next area was the luck area for the heavenly kings, and they were chosen because of their small numbers. Wang Wei chose Dong Lifen as the first speaker instead of the last. Despite being immortal, she preached for over 2,500 years, showing the world why her Tao tree was almost completely purple gold. The luck area's sermons could be considered an interim highlight of this event since they discussed the grand Tao source and their understanding of luck. The last preacher lasted over 2,700 years before everyone moved on to the next area, the Primarchs. Wang Wei focused on this part since he still plans to understand the difference between heavenly, primordial, and Tao laws' grand Tao source. He had even laid out the preliminary foundation for this process by recording the difference between the laws of all the worlds and communities in the lower dimension for study. The heaven law was unique and a fresh experience for the people present. However, the highlight of this section's sermon was their deep connection with heaven and earth. The Primarch path was something innate creatures created, which can be described as the bloodline immortality path. Innate demon gods loved nature and considered heaven and earth their mother, hence their closeness or affinity. Old families that survived the Null era dominated this section, and the Myriad Emperor world's ancient clan was the main lead but not the only one. The demon race also showed a great presence in this section as well, but they were still outdone by these clans. The banquet was about to reach its first peak with the beginning of the Tao area. As he promised, Sage Duanru started this section. By now, he was only a soul as his body had already collapsed, but a holy release from his body, preventing anyone from underestimating him. Sage Duanru was known for his calligraphy, but his sermons contained various ideas and subjects. He first started with the way of governance, teaching how to rule and govern a government or any faction properly. He followed that with philosophy, which resembles a form of spiritual practice, before transitioning into things like painting, music, and finally calligraphy. His sermon did not seem disorganized because of these different ideas or subjects. Instead, they fit perfectly together as if they were one topic. Duan Ru's sermon lasted exactly 2,000 years, proving to the world he was worthy to be here and worth starting the Dao area. Interesting, Wang Wei thought as he looked at the Dao rhymes Duan Ru condensed. They are more active than others, and even have a better effect on boosting people's comprehension. It seems heaven and earth acknowledge his status as a mortal sage. The sermon continued, and the Dao area, which had plenty of time to prepare, brought their best, their games to say. The shortest sermon lasted 333 years, and there were plenty of people in the 1000s and 2000s year range. After the first 1000 Dao ancestors, it was the swordsman's turn, and Wang Wei chose his father as the first speaker. His record was the same as Dong Lifan, over 2,500 years, beating her by 12 years. The swordsmen were more than satisfied since they could listen to a direct sermon from the man who pioneered the ultimate sword path. Even the extreme sword path individuals showed their respect. Although they scoffed at the part about the 12th realm of swordsmanship, they still listened so they could create countermeasures to these heretical bastards. The banquet continued, and many people in that area shone brightly. The insurgents of the Dao opening sect had no one who lasted less than 2,300 years, and people like Origin 1, Sword 1, and Desolate 1 reached the 2,900 mark, albeit the beginning. By all merit, this is the best session so far, Wang Wei thought, feeling the immense Dao rhymes condensing in the sect, baptizing the environment and the people. It was so dense that some spilled into the myriad emperor world, and this was not even the main event yet. If this is the result of one banquet, I cannot fathom how these lineages in the upper dimension are, Wang Wei thought. This banquet is monumental for the lower dimension but not the upper dimension. On the contrary, they should be more grandiose since some of these factions will have multiple paragons preaching. Yet, with all these advantages, cultivation still takes such a long time. Wang Wei sighed before focusing on the task at hand. Now how to start the emperor area. He looked at all the people present before his eyes landed on the monk, Feng Heng. Wang Wei noticed that the latter had a very peaceful and reassuring aura. It seems after succeeding in reviving Buddhism, the flaw in his Dao heart was fixed, and his state of mind reached a higher level. You're up first. Thank you, benefactor, for this honor, Feng Heng nodded, before readjusting himself. What is the limit of the mind? Does it have a limit? The human mind, or its extension, imagination, has no boundaries or limits. It can create anything it pleases, it can. Feng Heng's sermon was natural and effortless. The words came out of his mouth as if they were the fundamental truths of heaven and earth. Furthermore, everyone suddenly felt as if the effect of the enlightened tea strengthened for this particular sermon. No one had any trouble following his mind, and no one wasted this opportunity by focusing on improving their sermons. By now, if they were not ready, there was no hope. The emperor area had a major advantage by being the last section to go, meaning there was no excuse for a poor sermon. Feng Heng focused on the mind, not the soul, except for their connection. Before transitioning into the 5 elements and Yin-Yang Dao, he did not speak much on Buddhism to ensure the universality of his sermon. As he uttered his last words, 3,000 years had passed. The Dao rhymes resonated at an even higher intensity, giving the people an even better boost for the next 300 years they spent digesting. Why is it so short? That was everyone's main consensus once they opened their eyes. This was the longest sermon, but it felt so short to them. People looked at Feng Heng with respect. They finally understood why Buddhism had such a major comeback despite its recent comeback. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1188 Dao Banquet, Emperor Sermons. The second person after Feng Heng felt great pressure. It was inevitable after such a perfect sermon. They had no hope of reaching such a level, and wished not to embarrass themselves. Luckily, fate and time were in their favor. The second sermon lasted 1800 years, which was very satisfactory. The emperor area soon proved extraordinary, as no one had a sermon that lasted more than 1,000 years. More Dao rhymes spilled into the myriad emperor world, making the entire world more extraordinary. There are usually only 3,800 great emperors in each generation, but this one was special, so the total number was 4,500, an extra 700. Considering the ones who hid themselves or died during all the wars, the number of participants was 4,250. The Emperor area did not have enough people for rounds of 1,000, so things had to be adjusted to rounds of 200. With such a small population, the time for the first Sword Emperor to preach soon arrived, and Wang Wei chose a slightly controversial individual, Dugu Jing. The Golden Sword Emperor was a controversial figure in the world of swordsmanship. Dugu Jing was the second most powerful Sword Emperor in this generation, and third overall in achievement behind Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang in pure sword skills. However, he's not a pure swordsman, meaning he was rejected by the extreme sword path. The ultimate path embraced him since he tempered his body, but they did not like that his main Dao was metal/gold, and had nothing related to swordsmanship. Many people still considered him a sword user despite his skills and accomplishments. As such, the fact he was the first sword speaker was slightly controversial. However, Wang Wei did not care about all these things and directly chose him. Dugu Jing proved his worth as he preached about swordsmanship and the metal Dao, lasting 2,933 years. The swordsmen were more than satisfied with their sermon, while the metal Dao people almost cried tears of joy. 5 elements is still the most widespread Dao, so plenty of emperors and immortals of the metal Dao or 5 elements exist. The banquet continued with the current streak of a minimum of 1,000 years of preaching. The first wave of swordsmen was very rewarding since many people decided to use this event for a battle between the extreme and ultimate path. Soon, it was time for the first alchemist to preach, and Wang Wei chose the heavenly emperor from the myriad pill world without hesitation. The elderly man lasted 2,915 years, slightly less than Dugu Jing. However, his record was the second best so far in this section. The Emperor area continued its brilliant streak, slowly pushing the event to its peak. There were not many alchemist emperors, meaning they only had one round. Then it was time for the last alchemist to preach, and Wang Wei chose the very best, Yan Liling. She was excited as this was an opportunity to reorganize her Pill Sage Sutra, which she had perfected the first volume after listening to so many brilliant minds. Her next focus was on the part involving Fate Dao, and she was confident in creating the outline/prototype after listening to her big brother's sermon. Yan Liling proved to the world why she deserved the title of Pill Sage Empress, as her sermon focused on fundamental skills for alchemists. These pill refiners felt as if they had returned to their young days when their teacher taught them the basics. At first, they were slightly disdainful. After all, they are great emperors. Haven't they mastered the basics already? However, just as swordsmen can take basic skills and elevate them to the level of Dao, Yan Liling showed them there were levels to this. Many of them felt shameful and decided to focus more on the fundamentals from now on. Her sermon lasted 3,000 years, and she became the second person to achieve perfection in this banquet. The alchemists bowed to Yan Liling, and she calmly received them. The next 200 normal preachers were nothing special, since Wang Wei saved the best for last. However, they did not embarrass this section by preserving the 3-digit roll. Next was the array masters' turn, but their number was too small. In fact, the number of array masters, weapon refiners, talisman makers, and puppeteers barely reached 200, with only 5 people who proved the Dao with Puppet Dao. So Wang Wei combined them together into one group. This round of preaching was underwhelming, because only talisman makers had a superstar. The best of them was a weapon refiner that lasted 2,700 years, and Puppet Dao proved to be the weakest of the professions. Although Wang Wei's new way of fighting improved the status of puppeteers, it did not change the fact they were last in all areas. This fact might not change until Kai Song proves the Dao, and with her more loner/introverted personality, that might not change if she does not actively do something. Tong Ruobing was the last professional to preach. As expected, she was phenomenal. Her sermon focused more on runes to make it more universal for everyone, followed by the resonance with other Daos. She went on for 3,000 years, becoming the third perfection of this event. When she opened her eyes to see the vast Dao rhymes of the sect, she wished she could secretly steal some to bring back home. Once everyone digested this perfect sermon, the 200 regular preachers passed without any incident. And the general result was the best without anyone spending less than 1,500 years. It was now the swordsman's turn again, but they only had 23 people remaining, and each sermon was better than the previous until it was Ji Lanfang's turn. No matter how the extreme path swordsman felt about Ji Lanfang, they must admit the man was powerful and talented. His sermon talked about the sermon, until he started talking about the heretical sword and sword realm. Regardless of how these people felt, Ji Lanfang had an excellent sermon. Sadly, it lasted 2,999 years, missing that mark on perfection. People felt it was a shame, but Ji Lanfang was relatively nonchalant about the result. The event continued, and only 2 people displayed extraordinary abilities: the twin barbarians. Feng Heng did not kill them after rectifying Buddhism in their world, so they attended this event, both lasting 2,875 years. Finally, the event reached its concluding state, in which only the very best remained. In that group, the first to preach was Yi Dafa's wife, the Nine-Serpent Empress. She preached for 2,976 years, focusing on bloodline, thus benefiting the demon race or other cultivators with a potent bloodline. The person after the Serpent Empress was Shi Qian, the only emperor of the light race. Her sermon garnered some attention since she focused on tricks of using karma to find your enemy's Tao imprints and kill them as soon as possible. She lasted 2,980 years. Wang Wei decided to have the woman first in the final section, so the third person was the demon-suppressing emperor. She talked about her status as human and heaven emperor, with a sprinkle about the spirit, drawing inspiration from her life and struggle. She went on for 2,985 years. Su Shi was next, and she talked about chaos. She made her sermon as universal as possible, with some emphasis on the Tao heart and its correlation with music. Her result was the same as Ji Lanfang's, 2,999 years. Shi Shangyan, the only member of the celestial race in the lower dimension, followed after the Void Time Empress. Her sermon was only 2,995 years old, but it was special because she improved the Turtle King's technique, allowing the maximum capacity to reach a 35% boost. Yu Yan was next, and she did not shame her son as her sermon reached 2,997 years. Wrath, who was no longer a controversy because of her identity, was next, and she had the same result. She made the Neo-Devils proud. Hua Fenghuang was the last woman to preach. Her result was 2,998 years. It was finally the men's turn, and only 3 people remained, not counting Wang Wei. Mu Lei went first, and he lasted for 2,994 years. Yi Dafu, despite his personality not being suited for this kind of thing, preached for 2,997 years. He even included his fighting experience in the sermon. Finally, Ao Shen went last. His sermon was also about bloodlines, and he continued on for 2,998 years. It irked him that he had the same time as that woman, but he could do nothing now. Everyone opened their eyes as the main event was about to start. All eyes were on Wang Wei, waiting for him to speak. Before he could say something, Wang Wei sensed something and looked at Sage Duanru. The man had reached his limit, and was about to dissipate and enter samsara. He pointed at him and bought him more time. Wang Wei then waved his hand to summon more enlightened tea. The guests were overjoyed and quickly drank it. They also felt anticipation for this last act. No, the act before the last. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1189 Tao Banquet, Tao Pillars. Let's start with essence. From the outside to the inside, our body is composed of skin. Although our body is mainly yang, like all things between heaven and earth, it's still balanced with a little yin. These are the yin aspects of the body. Cultivation is all evolution. Essence focuses on evolving internally, Qi starts the evolution externally, and the spirit connects the two. Many people abandon cultivating the body after proving the Tao since they now exist on a conceptual level. But that is the wrong approach. The universe is all about balance, and To everyone's surprise, Wang Wei spent 3,000 years about essence, and the body refiners, who felt left out of this banquet, were the most excited. They finally had top-tier sermons dedicated solely to them. Moreover, the sermon was wonderful as it touched on countless ways to temper the body without any hidden injuries. Wang Wei even talked in detail about the true power Tao realm. Spirit, Wang Wei said. Although I said it's the link between essence and qi, that's also an oversimplification. What is the difference between the mind and the soul? Is spirit the synonym of mind? Of the soul? The slight difference between these words contain the essence of spirit. The soul is the origin, the root of the mind, spirit, consciousness, and how we perceive reality. The mind is. Another 3,000 years passed by, and Wang Wei showed the world his deep understanding of the soul. The Tao rhymes he condensed formed a strange circle above the banquet, but no one noticed this phenomenon. By now, people had some expectations of how long and profound this sermon would be, so they focused on not missing anything and regretted it for the rest of their lives. Qi, Wang Wei stated, without giving anyone time to breathe. It's not just the energy found in nature. Once again, that is an oversimplification. It's the breath of life that keeps our bodies and minds functioning. It's the very breath that heaven and earth exhaled. The foundation of all living creatures, sentient or not. It is the main key to the path of cultivation, to our continued evolution. Qi is the most versatile and malleable matter in existence. It can change based on the environment, the individual, and even your thoughts and emotions. It is. As he uttered his last word, the attendants had experienced 9,000 years of top-tier sermons. These people could not wait to record what the Supreme Emperor said, and leave it for their sect as a foundation. Although it would take a lot of effort and resources to perfectly record this kind of sermon, it will be worth it. These people did not trust the dream world to record the experience better than those who experienced it personally. Tao, Wang Wei uttered, and the crowd almost cheered. They thought this was the limit. They immediately focused and listened as much as possible. Fate of fire, fate of yin-yang, fate of space-time, Wang Wei continued. All Taoists may be different, but their destination is the same. Use your Tao to affect, use or control other Taoists. All cultivators must strive to break the inherent definition of their Taoists and elevate them to concepts and ideas surpassing their limits. For example, flame Taoist essence is to burn. A normal cultivator will focus on that aspect and increase the intensity of their flames. A decent cultivator will tap into the explosive nature of fire, and a genius will focus on its ability to spread. However, a heaven-chosen will not be limited by the natural characteristic of the flame. There is a common saying, his anger burned as bright as flames. In truth, flames have nothing to do with anger, but it's often associated with it. After removing the limit of your Tao, you can condense flames of anger, meaning you've used your flame to tap into the 7 emotions, 6 desires Tao. In many stories, myths, legends, and mortal civilization, flame is associated with the beginning of life. Terms like flame of life to refer to a person's vitality or life are common. By breaking your limit, you can condense a life flame, and thus succeed in tapping into life Tao with the flame Tao. Flames can kill or even destroy things. In other words, flame Tao can tap into death and even destruction Tao. The fire Tao is not the only one with this ability, all Taoists can. Some are inherently better at this concept than others, but it applies to all of them. Success depends entirely on the cultivator's willingness to open their mind. Wang Wei continued his sermon, creating a clear path for everyone present for them to elevate their utilization of their Tao to a higher level. As for the top genius who was already at this level, he also showed them the deeper levels. Once the 3,000 years ended, the people spent 1,200 years digesting everything, and they all felt the time was too short. Suddenly, the sky changed as the Tao rhymes condensed from this 12,000-year sermon vibrated intently, releasing an intense purple light that could be considered a vision. Then, under everyone's gaze, the Tao rhymes turned into 4 Tao pillars that perfectly recorded the sermon. Better yet, these pillars were probably blessed by heaven and earth to make it easier to comprehend. Everyone was immediately jealous, but Wang Wei calmly waved his hand to create another floating mountain and placed the pillars there. He also placed formation around the mountain with a snap of his finger. That was unexpected, Wang Wei thought. Could something similar happen to all the Dao rhymes from this banquet? Let's wait and see. Everyone looked at this change with different eyes, especially Tong Ruobing. What are you thinking? Mu Lei asked. What do you mean? You have that same look when thinking something out of pocket or crazy. It's nothing like that, she replied. Come on. I know you better than this, he added. Fine. I'm thinking of holding my own banquet. Mu Lei was speechless. Are you crazy? I'm not. Don't you understand that any banquet after this one will pale in comparison? Plus, who will come to our banquet? We do not have the status to invite so many people. You may not, but I do. Mu Lei was not stupid and immediately understood what she meant. You want to invite the Talisman Emperors? Not just them, she replied. I'm deeply respected in the Talisman community, and after this banquet, I also have some pull in other professions. If I invited them, especially with the promise to share the Dao rhymes, it's possible to have a small banquet. Although it will pale compared to this one, no one should expect to reach this level, probably ever. Her main objective is to benefit the great Talisman City. Especially since there are a few complaints that she did not do enough because of her role as the queen in another world community. It could work, Mu Lei said. But you would have to wait for a while until the effect of this one abates. You're right, but I also need to start contacting these people immediately since most of them are probably preparing to ascend, Tong Ruobing added. But what about Wang Wei and the Dao opening sect? What are you going to do with them? I doubt Wang Wei will care since I won't be the only person with this idea. The problem is if we want our small banquet to be official and posted in the dream world, we can't move around them, Tong Ruobing said before sighing. In fact, the best way for this to succeed would be to invite Yin Liling. However, she would lose too much Dao rhymes if he invited the latter. While everyone was distracted by the Dao pillars or thinking about possibly having their own small banquet, Sage Duan Russ Soul suddenly stood up and bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty, for spreading the Dao. People secretly criticized that shrewd mortal. All 100 million or more immortals stood up and bowed to Wang Wei. Thank you, Your Majesty, for spreading the Dao. Their voices formed a cacophony of beautiful sounds that spread throughout heaven and earth. It was beautiful seeing so many powerful entities bowing to one person. However, Wang Wei was calm. After all, this was not the first time, and it definitely won't be the last. At this point in his life, glory and worship were normal things, and as he became more powerful, even more powerful beings would bow to him until one day, even Grand Dao would have no choice but to do the same. You're welcome. Wang Wei nodded before giving him another blessing to continue his soul. But as I hinted, I'm not today's main event. The people then remembered there was still one more guest to appear. And they were curious who was nobler than the Supreme Emperor to be the final guest of such an event. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1190 Dao Banquet. Paragon's Sermon. Your Majesty, if you don't mind me asking, who is this noble guest? Asked a heavenly king who felt that Sage Duan Ru might ask the same question if he gave him time. An honored paragon, Wang Wei calmly responded. However, most people gave him a blank and confused face. I guess I can tell you this information for free. Do you know the realms after Great Emperor? Most people were once again confused, but someone said, I once heard the word Empyrean, but that's all I know. That is correct, Wang Wei nodded. Once your luck is enough and your cultivation reaches 70% Grand Dao source, you must survive the immemorial tribulation and condense the Grand Mist Wheel to gain the power of creation. Then you'll become an Empyrean. Wang Wei paused to give them thoughts to process this information. After 90% Grand Dao source and other factors, you'll become a paragon and stand at the top of the universe. Everyone was shocked before thinking how such a being could attend their little banquet. They should be nothing but ants before someone who stands at the pinnacle of the universe. These people immediately reached the conclusion that Wang Wei might have contacted his ancestors in the upper dimension and invited them despite the blockage of the lower dimension. Wang Wei guessed what they were thinking, but he did not explain any further. It's your luck to have such a cultivator preaching to you. So let's not waste time and take full advantage of this situation. Wang Wei's cushion flew from the small podium and sat before everyone, facing the podium. He stood up and waited. Everyone immediately followed him, and less than 30 seconds later, Chen Tong's handsome face appeared on the podium. He looked ordinary, but no one dared to underestimate him. As strong as the Supreme Emperor is, people can still feel his presence, especially that perfect aura on his body that can be intoxicating. However, this man had nothing. They saw him but could not detect him. It was like he existed in a realm beyond their sights, thoughts, souls, and even existence. Thank you again, Lord Chen Tong, Wang Wei said as he cupped his hand to salute. Thank you, Lord Chen Tong, the crowd followed. However, they were not as bold as Wang Wei and bowed 90 degrees, some even kowtowed. No problem, Chen Tong nodded. I've been observing the lower dimension for a long time. And as you said, this is indeed the most wonderful generation of emperors. This banquet immediately became an odd sight as these old immortals, who have lived for billions of years or more, became shy or read out of embarrassment with one comment. Some immediately became proud. However, the more level-headed individuals knew why this generation was so exceptional, so they glanced at the Supreme Emperor. All right, let's get started, Chen Tong announced. His projection sat on the podium and began preaching. What is cultivation? Today we will explore this topic. I will explain my understanding, along with a detailed explanation of the path of cultivation from Tier 1 to Tier 12. As soon as Chen Tong started, the Tao rhymes he produced condensed into golden lotus flowers that blessed everyone present. A silent cry of joy emanated from heaven and earth as a result, but only people like Wang Wei, Yan Liling, and Chen Tong noticed. The cultivators, who were in a deep state of epiphany, quickly felt the sermon was somewhat similar to Wang Wei. Chen Tong talked about essence, qi, and spirit but focused on how these things applied to cultivators from Tier 1 to higher levels. There are many cultivation systems in the lower dimension, and his sermon was a way to be universal to everyone. Once the sermon reached the part about Tier 10, Emperor Realm, Chen Tong did not talk much about Taos but focused on every aspect of the Emperor Realm. Tao body, awakening, soul, Tao will manifestation, true will, battle realm, and Tao imprint. He was very detailed, and Wang Wei learned a great deal. Everyone waited in anticipation once Chen Tong finished talking about Tao imprints. They thought they would immediately get a look into the next realm, but Chen Tong then started talking about the Tao, mainly the soul Tao. He started with the basic laws until they reached the level of Grand Tao Source. The soul was a Tao applicable to everyone, so Chen Tong focused on using and growing the soul, which was very helpful to most people at this banquet. Finally, Chen Tong talked about the Empyrean realm. He first talked about tips on surviving the immemorial tribulations, including what level of Tao heart someone must have before even attempting the breakthrough. He continued preaching about how things like the awakening evolved after becoming an Empyrean. He talked about the role of the Grand Mist Wheel in general, especially how to condense it. He touched on how the wheel affects other aspects of an Empyrean, for example, battle and use of resources. Chen Tong even discussed the differences between normal and everlasting Empyreans. Finally, Chen Tong talked about the requirements for becoming a Paragon. Most people were confused by the Empyrean sermon, so they opted to memorize the information to use later. As such, they were even more confused about the complexity of the Paragon realm sermon, besides the basic info. Even Wang Wei could not keep up with the Paragon tier sermon. Luckily for him, Chen Tong talked about Soul Tao, one of his sub-Taos, and his sealed soul, which was also Paragon tier. As such, he used this sermon to map out an outline for his Soul Tao, and just recorded the parts he did not understand under certain categories of his outline. 30,000 years, Chen Tong declared. I think that's more than enough. Some of you cannot understand what I've said, but that's fine. I'll help you remember everything. He pointed to the sky to manifest a circle. All the immortals immediately felt it was easy to record the entire in their souls. Li Jun looked at his wife and hesitated. He then looked at Wang Wei. Brother, should we? He understood it might be impossible to hide divine sense communication under the nose of a paragon, but he had no other choice. He was not his big brother, so he couldn't record everything from this sermon. No problem, Wang Wei nodded before talking to his mother. You can record it, but there is no need to burden father's weak soul. All right, Yu Yan nodded. You know I'm still here, right? Quiet, Yu Yan said. So Chen Tong's main Dao is soul? Wang Wei thought. This was the only explanation given that his understanding of the subject had reached 90% or more. Or he has lived long enough that his sub-Daos also reached the Paragon realm. Wang Wei leaned on the former since such a deep understanding of the soul could explain Chen Tong's secret technique that granted him so much freedom despite being in limbo. Thank you, Lord Chen Tong, for the great sermon, Wang Wei said, actually quite sincere. He's the one who benefited the most from it, and he even believed that Chen Tong tailored to ensure that happened. Of course, this will not change the latter's fate, especially after Chen Tong tries to make his friends and loved ones owe him more karma with that last stunt. The participants followed Wang Wei's example and saluted, and Chen Tong smiled. All of you have a long path ahead of you. Keep moving forward and never give up because of the adversity. Chen Tong disappeared and Wang Wei frowned. He saw that most of the Dao rhymes from the lotus disappeared, and only a small part entered the Dao opening sect. I figured true heavenly Dao wouldn't allow such a level of Dao rhymes in the lower dimension. But it still hurts. Paragons can send projection in the lower dimension, so why have they never preached and left such intense Dao rhymes to their sect? Because it was pointless. Wang Wei shook his head before slowly returning to his seat. The event had finished, but there was still something he wanted to do before dismissing everybody. He waved his hand to summon a jar of wine. Although it was not as good as the one served in the banquet, it was still top-of-the-line Emperor-grade wine. Firstly, I would like to thank you for not only giving me face and attending this banquet, but for all the things we've accomplished in this era. I could not have done so without all of you. Wang Wei raised his wine to everyone before drinking. It was our honor, Your Majesty. Everyone chucked the wine. What an honor to be served by such a legendary character. Now for the main business, Wang Wei announced. However, before he could speak, the sky suddenly changed as another vision manifested. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1191 Prestigious Generation. Everybody turned to the sky to see the Eye of Grand Dao manifesting. Puzzled by its appearance, they wondered whether something important had happened. After all, this banquet did not seem important enough for it to appear physically, unless you count the appearance of Lord Paragon. I now grant. A booming voice echoed throughout the lower dimension. The voice was powerful, cold, and noble, but that was not what shocked everybody. These cultivators never knew true heavenly Dao was capable of speaking. Manifesting was one thing, but speaking was another. Even Wang Wei was slightly surprised. He knew true heavenly Dao could speak, but it was extremely rare. It only happened once in her lifetime. So he immediately guessed what was going to happen. This generation, the title of prestigious. The voice continued. All heaven and earth will now celebrate. Visions that covered the endless void manifested from the myriad emperor world before spreading. The effect of this title immediately started with people like Li Jun, Yan Liling, Yuyan Sushi, Feng Heng, Hua Feng Huang, Ao Shen, Tong Ruobing, Mu Lei, Jilanfang, Yi Dafu, Shi Qian, the demon-suppressing emperor, the barbarian twins, Shi Shangyan, Hong Meilin, Wrath, Dong Lifan, and Wang Tian. Their multicolored Qi Luck dragon manifested above their heads before half of it rapidly turned white. Before this banquet, they might not have known what this meant, but it was different now. Empyrean Tier Luck. The title gave them the luck level of an Empyrean, making their path to Tier 11 less challenging. True heavenly Dao seems very generous, Wang Wei thought. Feeling some people should not be on this list. However, after thinking about it, there might be a reason. They made sense somehow. Shi Qian revived the light race in this era. The demon-suppressing emperor was the first human emperor of this generation. The barbarian twins, despite choosing the wrong side of history, created a new and unique branch of history. So they do deserve their blessing. Once these changes ended, a few lights descended from the sky to 5 people. Hong Meiling, Yu Yan, Wang Tian, Dong Lifan, and Feng Heng. All these people were then granted a longevity resource or extra life. So, the people who contributed the most to sealing that eldritch abomination? I hope Wang Ju gets her reward in her next life, Wang Wei thought. Once these people were rewarded, the title's effect focused on the rest of the emperors and immortals of that era. True Heavenly Tao was very generous in its reward. Most of these people received some luck blessing, followed by physical rewards. For example, rare pills, weapons, talismans, information about fortunate encounters, and even a small amount of merit. Meanwhile, Liang Shixiang, the founder of the God Path, had his Qi Luck Dragon turn silver, indicating his path to Tier 11 was also more worry-free than others. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. This man would have had a bright future had he walked both the Soul and Emperor path, which Heavenly Tao would have allowed as the founder of that path. Sadly, his aversion to the Emperor was ingrained in his soul, thus limiting his future prospects. Well, at least, to Wang Wei's eyes. Suya watched everything with gritted teeth. Everyone received a small blessing, even the mortals or people who were not born in this era. It seems the requirements were for anyone who participated in this era in some way or another. Did I make the wrong choice? She asked herself. Watching her peers advance further than her was already hard enough. But now, she saw how much Heavenly Tao loved this generation and generously blessed them, paving their future path. Suya turned her head to glance at the mortal who received the greatest blessing, Kai Song. Her jealousy suddenly intensified. Suya understood why the title affected her on such a large scale. After all, Kai Song was to the Puppet Dao community what Yan Liling and Tong Ruobing were to alchemy and talisman. The only exception was how introverted she was, thus reducing her presence and making her accomplishments appear less impressive. In fact, her accomplishments could be argued to be even more impressive because Puppet Dao is weak and underdeveloped, and she was rapidly pushing it to higher heights. Calm down, Suya reminded herself as she slowly controlled her emotions. Since you've chosen that path, there is no need to hesitate or have regrets. She only needs to wait for the generation after Wang Tian to prove the Dao and rule over the court before ascending. This won't take long, meaning she still has a chance to catch up and show her presence in the upper dimensions stage. Besides Suya, Wang Wei was also checking out Kai Song as her blessing was the most unique. From his deduction, hers was conditional. After proving the Dao, she can also receive Empyrean luck if she develops Puppet Dao sufficiently. If not, her blessing will just be an ordinary one. Has Grand Dao noticed Kai Song's importance and is also scheming for her? Wang Wei thought, feeling suspicious. Kai Song can potentially become the cultivator world's version of Skynet, mass manufacturing Paragon tier puppets and becoming his war assembly. Maybe I should prepare for the possibility of her changing side, Wang Wei thought. If Kai Song somehow ended up on Grand Dao's side, it might be catastrophic for him. Replacing her is one solution, but an even better one would be an idea or concept on par with her potential. So, what can rival Skynet in terms of war potential? Wang Wei immediately had an answer. Zerg Hive Mind. If I can make the cultivation version of that thing, I will be unstoppable, especially if Kai Song remains by my side. Wang Wei thought before hiding this idea in the deepest crevice of his soul. He won't entertain these thoughts again, until he's taken a few steps into the transcendence realm. After true Heavenly Tao rewarded everybody, it was finally time for the main event, Wang Wei. He's the man single-handed responsible for pushing this generation to such height. It was unimportant whether he did it purposely or unconsciously due to his actions and presence. A golden light enveloped Wang Wei, and the title gave him 3 blessings or gifts. Firstly, it gave him a pill called the Dragon Phoenix Rising Pill with the effect of raising his cultivation by 1 layer without any negative consequences. Wang Wei immediately decided to take it once he reached the 9th level of the Dragon Phoenix realm. The second blessing was to elevate his 1 life from his accomplishment as a mortal emperor to rank 3, meaning that even after becoming a paragon, this life is still useful. Wang Wei was surprised and grateful for this gift. He was about to become an Empyrean, and his extra lives would soon become useless unless he updated them, which is not an easy feat as the higher the realm, the more strict true Heavenly Tao is about extra lives. The last gift Wang Wei received was extra time to contemplate on his true self when he's breaking into the next realm. Wang Wei was pleased with this reward despite not needing it, since he could use the extra time to see if he could tap into the mystery needed to become a boundless paragon. It seems that I don't have to worry much about my relationship with true heavenly Tao, Wang Wei concluded. After what happened with the Death World, he's been suspicious of anything related to Grand Tao. He has reduced his suspicions to the lowest but is still on guard. After all, it's still possible the latter was trying to get him to lower his guard. After Wang Wei's blessing, the eye of heavenly Tao dissipated from sight, but the visions continued for a few more minutes, leaving everyone to their thought. Wang Wei was thinking about the only other time true heavenly Tao spoke, and it was when it granted his ancestors' generation in the upper dimension the title of the Golden Generation, which is leagues ahead of this prestigious generation title. Have you noticed? Tong Ruobing asked. What? Mu Lei responded. He didn't receive any luck blessing. So? Then it suddenly dawned on him. Are you implying it's because he didn't need it? Not just that, Tong Ruobing added. It would make sense to give him some luck even if it's already on par with an Empyrean, since that would help with the next realm, but nothing. So that can only mean two things. True heavenly Tao doesn't want to reward him with luck for whatever reason, or he still doesn't need it even for the Paragon realm. Mu Lei finished her sentence, immediately quieting afterward. It's frustrating, isn't it? Tong Ruobing sighed. We know he's better than us, but our pride will not allow us to give up without a fight. But with each passing day, each new achievement, and each new piece of information revealed about him, it becomes increasingly more difficult to keep that competitive spirit. Mu Lei held her hands for support, since that was the only thing he could do. He talked to her about this many times, but she refused to abandon that competitive spirit. So she could only suffer in silence, since that's her chosen path. Well, not in silence, since he will be with her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1192 Final Preparations before retreating. Once everyone processed what had just happened, Wang Wei decided to continue with his banquet. Many of you are about to ascend, and if you had paid attention, you would know the current situation of the upper world is not peaceful. Most people nodded since they knew of this, but a few people were confused as they had never heard of such a thing. Despite the different reactions, these cultivators wondered why the emperor brought up this topic. However, a few people immediately guessed what he was about to do, and they were speechless. I'm a kind soul, so I've decided to sell some information about the current state of the upper dimension to help you acclimate. He snapped his finger to manifest a screen with writings. Basic information. This information is only the most basic of the current situation of the upper dimension. Although basic, such information is still well kept under wrap, and will require a steep price to acquire. Prices equals? Advanced Edition. Deeper knowledge of the situation, including the interpersonal information of the factions involved. There are also some suggestions on the best way to act after ascending to ensure safety and survival. Price equals? Ultimate Edition. This edition contains some world history to help you understand the conflict better. Don't underestimate this small change, since the parties involved have destroyed and rewritten history. More importantly, this edition contains countless deductions and analyses on all parties involved. Warning: these deductions are not 100% accurate, since Paragon-level entities are involved, and my information source is also limited. Price equals? Everyone looked at this screen, baffled beyond words. Don't look at me like this, Wang Wei shrugged. You saw how expensive this banquet was. I need to recuperate the cost somehow. Yu Yan was mortified beyond words. She asked her husband through divine sense. We raised him correctly, right? He never lacked anything, right? So why? We can't blame ourselves, since that's probably something he picked up in his previous life, Wang Tian reassured her. Plus, we should see it as good business acumen and learn from him. How on earth could we learn from him? How about I sell signed swords? Wang Tian replied after thinking for a few seconds. Who would buy that? Many people. especially if I had a bit of my sword will and understanding into the signature. Yu Yan looked at him. I never knew you had this side of you. What can I say? Wire has rubbed off me quite well. They laughed before focusing on the present. One more thing, Wang Wei added. For those people who think that they don't need this information since their lineage in the upper dimension will just clue them in, well, you're in for a great shock. Most of these factions were forced to close their borders and sealed themselves. You'll be lucky if you can contact them, let alone them responding. What? Your Majesty, you're not lying, are you? We don't mean to question, but this is hard to believe. I understand how you feel, Wang Wei calmly said. However, the current situation is not something that only recently developed. No, the situation has been this way for years. However, things recently exploded since a new era is about to open in the upper dimension. These people squinted. The change of an era is usually accompanied by blood, violence, chaos, and war. A perfect example is the current Heavenly Emperor era. The entire lower dimension was enveloped in war, and countless people died. Now, once the same thing happens in the upper dimension, these people cannot imagine the scale and terror, especially after having the sermon from Lord Chintong. Without a choice, they looked at the screen before them. Your Majesty, why is the price thrice as high if we don't use merit to pay? Someone asked. Merit became more common in this era, so a market with clear values was created for the exchange, and the dream world served as a platform and guarantee for the price and the process. What do you think? Wang Wei replied back. This guy acted as if he did not know good business practices. Everyone was speechless. The grandeur and generosity of the banquet made these people forget that their supreme emperor was a shameless business at his core. People sighed before buying the information. Most bought the basic tier since most immortals were not ascending. They only wanted to be informed of the situation since it might also affect their lineage. A few wise ones gritted their teeth to buy the advanced edition. Only people like Su Shi and Aoshin knew the importance of Wang Wei's deduction, and bought the ultimate edition. Then, a torrent of killing intent flashed in the room before disappearing. These people had just learned that a group of 7 people was blocking their cultivation path. According to his news, they would be lucky to become Empyrean, but the path of Paragon was cut off to them. Your Majesty, this does not make sense. How can 7 people control the upper dimension? How about our ancestors? Has no one become a paragon? Your cheap ass bought the most basic tier, so of course, you're not privy to the truth, Wang Wei replied. The person who asked the question turned red in embarrassment before gritting his teeth to buy the ultimate edition. Many people followed him, and either bought the advance or the ultimate edition. However, they now had to pay for 2 tiers since it was written in bold that they had to pay full price because of their stupid decision. That's more like it, Wang Wei nodded, very satisfied as he looked that everyone had at least bought 1 tier. He thought someone like Shi Shangyan would not be interested, but the latter did not hesitate to buy the ultimate edition. He waved his hand to collect his merit and the Emperor materials from those who chose that payment method. This is it for now, Wang Wei announced. We will meet in the upper dimension. I hope you're alive by then. More importantly, I hope you're on the right side of history. These cultivators felt a chill down their sides, as they immediately understood what side the Supreme Emperor was. Your Majesty, is there a chance for us to work together again? I thought you would be sick of me by now. The female emperor who asked this question chuckled. Although His Majesty is, well, quirky, you always follow the principle that everyone benefits. You never abused your power and left us with absolutely nothing, even though you always had the power. I think most people would trust you more than, I don't know, the rebellion. I didn't know I was this good. Wang Wei's narcissism activated. He then looked at this woman, thinking how ambitious she was. I can tell you honestly that I want to ascend until I reach the next realm, and that will take some time. Time for many of you to change your mind. So let's wait until I ascend to have this kind of conversation. I understand. Thank you, Your Majesty, for entertaining me. Wang Wei nodded. Everyone can leave except for Sage Duanru and Shi Shangyan. The participants swiftly glanced at these two before rapidly departing. Today's event had too many consequences, and they needed time to digest and plan their future. Your Majesty, thank you for everything. Sage Duanru bowed. No need since you deserve it, Wang Wei replied before getting into the topic. He isolated sounds from their conversation before asking. You're planning to reincarnate and start cultivating? That is correct. Have you thought of an alternate method of proving the Tao? Are you talking about merit? No. I mean to stay immortal and continue understanding mortal arts and crafts until you're on par with an eternal emperor. Is that possible? You would need to reincarnate a few times, but once you succeed, Heavenly Tao will lower a heaven will for you, and you'll become a unique emperor that has created a new path. I never thought of that, Duanru replied with shining eyes. This path seems perfect for me. Duanru never believed mortals were inferior to cultivators, so he never used his success and power to acquire an arc and cultivate in this generation. He wanted to have great accomplishments in this life as a mortal and start the next as a cultivator. Are you sure? This path won't be easy. Wang Wei was relieved he would not need to convince him, but he also wanted to remind him that this was not a simple feat to accomplish. I understand and am willing. Good. I'll give you a blessing so that you're born with the memories of your past life and a curse so that you're always born as a mortal. We don't want to ruin everything due to temptation or someone forcing you to cultivate. I understand and am thankful, Duanru bowed. Wang Wei released a black and white light into his body. Do you want to see your family before reincarnating? No need. Duanru had expected he would not return home, and had settled his affairs. Wang Wei nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a portal from samsara manifested and swallowed Sage Duanru. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1193 Final Preparations Before Retreating, 2. It'll be brief, Wang Wei stated, looking directly into Shiskanjian's eyes. I heard rumors that the Celestial clan secretly sells potent emperor cheese. Is that true? Shishangyan frowned. The clan did not tell me much about their actions, but it's very likely. We've used similar methods throughout history, especially during periods of chaos and strife. It seems she's telling the truth, but why is the Celestial clan leaving her out of such information? Wang Wei thought. Is it some kind of tactic to protect her? Or because she's too weak and not part of the clan's core? It then suddenly dawned on him that the cultivation realms of the Great Emperor are considered upper middle class and not privileged to be the leaders of these top lineages. Even if Shishangyan is extremely talented among the celestial race, she will not be treated as a leader unless it is a special occasion. Currently, the power ceiling of most lineages is the Empyrean realm, meaning great emperors have become much more valuable. It could be a problem if the celestial race has not changed their mindset to adapt to the current situation. However, Wang Wei did not immediately accept this deduction of the celestial race, as it was still possible that Shishangyan did not have access to such high-level knowledge because of her location in the lower dimension. Are you interested in continuing our alliance after ascending? Wang Wei asked. You want us to sell special qi directly to you? Correct. No problem, Shishangyan directly agreed. She would have brought up continuing the alliance if he didn't. After all, her main objective was to find the destined individual to end the era and form strong ties with him. That was quick. It's a beneficial deal for both of us, so I don't see why not. Good point, Wang Wei nodded. They chatted for a few seconds before Shishangyan left. Truth be told, Wang Wei was not that interested in the celestial race's cheese. With his qi flower ability, he could do the same business and take a decent portion of the market. However, he was interested in getting to know the celestial race. He wanted to get close to them to determine what role they would play in the upcoming events. Wang Wei glanced at the Tao rhymes on the entire sect. He had felt there would be a sudden change in these things, but stopped the process now that so many people were around. Everybody knew the Tao opening sect was the most powerful and wondrous lineage in the lower dimension. However, he still wanted to reduce people's jealousy and desire for his sect's foundation. He watched as these Tao rhymes condensed into a secret realm, creating the perfect environment for cultivating, especially comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. He pointed at the secret realm to mold it into a towering mountain with 10,000 stairs. The higher the stairs, the more intense the benefit of the Tao rhymes became. Wang Wei then added a formation that will release a spiritual pressure to test the disciples. They can ascend the stairs and receive the benefits by overcoming the pressure. The spiritual pressure is also an excellent way to strengthen the mind, soul, and spirit, and even have some effect on the Tao heart. The last step, he muttered before proceeding to fuse the 4 Tao pillars to this secret realm, further increasing the boost this place was already granting. Now, after a disciple or elder reaches a particular step, they can focus on comprehending the 4 pillars. Excellent, Wang Wei muttered before suddenly thinking of an idea, so he once again pointed at this new secret realm. One of the preparations he made for his retreat was to copy the laws of every world in different world communities with the purpose of bettering his Tao by comparing the slight differences between worlds and world communities. He added this copy to this secret realm. In other words, the users of this place can contemplate cultivation techniques, regular Tao/law, the 4 pillars that embodied his sermon, or the differences between the laws of different worlds in the lower dimension. Let's call it the Tao Blessing Grotto Heaven, Wang Wei muttered, satisfied with the name. As for the rules and requirements to use this Grotto Heaven, that was someone else's problem. Now that I'm here, I might as well do some work so I don't have to do them later, Wang Wei muttered before focusing on the Sect's secret archive/library. With one thought, Wang Wei expanded the place in the library by at least 1,000,000 times before placing copies of all the cultivation techniques of the lower dimension. He put a restriction on the library, so that no one can easily reveal its existence or spread the knowledge it contains. Wang Wei placed his palm forward, summoning a phantom of a branch of the River of Fate. However, this was not a small branch but the one controlling the entire lower dimension. He immediately played with the strings, rapidly manipulating history by deleting certain information about the Tao opening sect. It was good to be the tallest tree in the forest, but he also wanted to protect from people who wanted to cut down that tree. His actions drastically reduced the temptations of these people. No one noticed how he manipulated time and changed history, and that's exactly what Wang Wei wanted. Finally, he left the banquet area and checked on the sect before seeing his parents and entering a retreat. He met the steward, who counted every table from the banquet, ensuring they didn't lose any money. Wang Wei gave him some of the resources he did not need from the previous information sold before running away. The steward started to complain to him about how the lavishness of his banquet had set up an unwelcome precedent, and he was not too happy about how many times he would have to organize these banquets. After having dinner with his parents, Li Jun and Yan Liling, Wang Wei checked on Han Shun, who was the final winner and absorbed Wang Zhe's inner world and became the new Fate 1. However, Wang Wei gave him the Fate 2 title out of respect for Wang Zhe's years of service. According to the sect's rules, Wang Wei was about to ascend, so he needed to prepare to hand over his intelligence organization to the next sect master. Wang Wei had no problem with that since he would need to start over in the upper dimension. However, the current issue is his father will once again take the sect master position after proving the Tao. However, he did not want the responsibility before the Heaven will battle. In other words, someone else needed to replace him during that period. Unfortunately, no one has decided on the next candidate yet. The best options were Kai Song and Jun Menyao, but none wanted to since they would have to again once it was their time to prove the Tao. Dong Lifen was suggested, but she also rejected the idea for the same reason as the others. Everyone wanted Wang Wei to choose, but he told them just to hold an election trial. He only focused on ensuring the Fate Shadow Guards would be loyal to the next sect master. Of course, he will take a few people with him to start the expansion in the upper dimension. Wang Wei's next destination was the slaughter trial. "Why are you here?" Chen Tong asked, genuinely puzzled. "I came to thank you for the sermon." "There is no need for that." "No, truly. You've saved me a lot of time, effort, and resources. For that, I'm very thankful," Wang Wei said sincerely. "Is that so? Well, I accept your sincerity," the Paragon nodded. "It's a shame." "What is it?" Chen Tong asked, further confused. "That your presence has become unpleasant and unwanted," Wang Wei replied calmly. Chen Tong immediately felt something was wrong. But it was too late. The Slaughter Trials continent was already surrounded by a mysterious power, which turned into runes. What is the meaning of this? Do you think what you've done is enough to pay the debt between us? To pay for 2, maybe 3 ideas on how to achieve transcendence? Wang Wei sneered while Chen Tong's face contorted in anger and embarrassment. What do you want? Chen Tong asked. You tell me. What price will some paragons be willing to offer for my ideas? Chen Tong was silent. He wanted to say they were just ideas but knew this was nonsense. You don't have to do this, he argued. What is the point of making an enemy of a paragon of my caliber? That's the only reason why you're still alive, Wang Wei replied. However, once I have the strength, you better have something to repay or prepare to have your memory erased. No, I don't even have to wait that long. As long as my ancestors can return, I'm sure one or more of them would happily get the payment from you. Chen Tong's face turned ugly. The idea he's stolen is worth such top lineages to send paragons, even boundless, after him. There is no need to take things this far. Let's talk and reach a compromise. You don't need to try to buy time, Wang Wei stated. One of my powers as a minor 3-realm emperor is to declare someone an enemy of the world, and true heavenly Tao will help me banish him. Although I can only use it once every few thousand yuan epochs, and only in the lower dimension, it's worth using it on you. Lucky for you, I'm banishing you into the source chi space, away from the Two Suns site. So take this opportunity to revive and find a way to repay my debt. Otherwise, your life will be very miserable. No, don't do this. Think of what I did for Wang Ju. Although the source chi space appeared less dangerous than the eternal Ascension world, that was only at the surface level. He could be teleported to some hazardous area in that space if unlucky. All right. Chen Tong was immediately shocked. He could not believe he had accepted so easily. Then he remembered who he was speaking with. What do you want? Completely erase these ideas and everything else you've stolen or learned from and ascend to the upper dimension. Then, everything will be water under the bridge, Wang Wei announced, but Chen Tong was silent. Reasonable request, isn't it? But you cannot accept, Wang Wei shrugged. So, accept your fate. He waved his hand, and the continent disappeared between heaven and earth. He ignored Chen Tong's burning gaze as he exhaled. Now I can breathe easily. Wang Wei left to check on the affairs of the court. Once he dealt with all these trivial matters, he entered his seclusion. His first act was to condense the civilization luck, from the luck-condensing artifacts of his sect, the Ancient Clan, the Great Talisman City, the Origin Pill Dao Sect, the Origin Weapon Mountain, the Origin Rune Palace, and the Body Dao Cave. He even added the luck of Buddhism, Taoism, and this world's version of Confucianism. The luck from the Enlightened Emperor Academy. Wang Wei did not have the luck artifacts of all these factions, but once he asked to borrow them. Who dared refuse? After fusing all these luck artifacts, they turned into a white flame. Wang Wei's eyes shone brightly as he sensed the blessing of an entire cultivation civilization. Fascinating. Maybe I can make this even more interesting, he thought. Wang Wei sent a message to all factions in the lower dimension. I'm borrowing this. With a thought, he teleported all the luck artifacts that symbolized the cultivation civilization of all 3,800 heavenwell worlds and fused them into a silver flame. The Myriad Emperor world is considered the center of the lower dimension, he muttered as he looked at the white flame. This flame is symbolic of the old era and civilization. He raised his hand to gather the luck of the Heavenly Emperor era, and condensed it into a golden flame. And Wang Wei immediately felt the luck boost of these 3 flames. And this is not even the end, since there is still the mortal civilization. He condensed the luck from all the enlightening temples into a bronze flame. The 4 flames then turned into jewels of their respective color, and a crown that Wang Wei placed on his head. He grinned as he sensed the power he held. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1194 Ascension. After Ascension, primordial chaos. Mithraea and Supreme Unity clashed, each of their attacks causing catastrophic shockwaves. Luckily, They were ensured they fought in an area devoid of any life or worlds. These two focused on their fight, and since they were relative in strength, they'd been at a stalemate for heaven knows how long. Boom. Mithraea caught an opening and punched Supreme Unity's chest. The latter's upper torso suddenly aged and became old and frail as he flew a few hundred light years away. Supreme Unity coldly looked at his body as it rapidly returned to normal. "You're weakening," Mithraea declared. "This can only mean one thing. The kid has successfully revived the lower dimension, and true heavenly Tao has regained more control of its power." Supreme Unity did not respond, not even frowning. "He's very calm. Maybe even too calm," Mithraea thought with squinted eyes. "It's bothering me why he hasn't made his move, especially since the situation has been slowly tilted towards me. What is he planning?" Her powerful mind deduced quintillions of possibilities every second, while her eyes simultaneously saw the same amount of futures every passing second. However, she could not find the answer she wanted. "In this situation, the best move I can make is to ensure the kid is alive. No matter how dire things get, there is a chance to turn things around as long as he lives and grows," she concluded. Mithraea rushed toward her opponent, fighting with even more enthusiasm. She wanted to push him into a corner and force him to reveal his card. Myriad Emperor World. Wang Wei was grinning at the blessing of this crown. "With all these benefits in Chentong's sermons, I'm confident I will reach a late 70% in my cultivation, maybe even 80%. He immediately summoned his Bodhi tree and planted it in his chamber. As Wang Wei cultivated under it, he already felt the effect. But that was not the end. The tree gave him a clear mind while also improving his ingenuity. Wang Wei then summoned the law tree he stole from Dugujing's world. He first fused the immortal source into the tree to elevate its essence to a higher level. The result was better than he anticipated since the tree could now accelerate the cultivation of immortal qi, while helping people better understand the law. The second step was to rip out his heart and fuse it into the tree's core to provide it with an abundant amount of life force. The third step in his plan was to link the tree's root to the Grand Tao source, allowing it to absorb its properties and thus elevate itself into a Grand Tao source tree. The process was more challenging than stated. Wang Wei had to use his fate Tao to change the essence of the tree. Luckily, the immortal source immensely helped, but even then he was not technically successful as the process would take too long by his calculations. "The worst part is I can still predict a possibility of failure," he groaned as he looked at the final result. Thankfully, he was also prepared. He linked his body to the tree before using Time Tao to summon echoes of himself from the past. Specifically, he summoned the version of himself about to take the first flesh tribulation of the Dragon Phoenix realm. As the echo experiences the first tribulation, the law tree also experiences the same tribulation. And with the heart providing it with energy, it was not destroyed. Time passed, and soon the echo who passed the 1267th tribulation disappeared. And the tree had now caught up with Wang Wei's cultivation. "I was right," he thought after checking the tree. The tribulations, which contained the essence of 3,800 Grand Tao, nourished the tree and made it more perfect. His plan was working. Wang Wei then focused on his fleshly body cultivation. He absorbed countless resources to increase his strength while passing challenging tribulations. The higher the tribulations, the higher the pain, and the more dangerous. Yet he still passes 3,800 tribulations for all main Daos. By now his second gate shone with luster, indicating he could open at any time. However, this was not his current priority. Wang Wei looked at the new Grand Tao source tree and sighed deeply. Still not finished. He summoned the River of Time to send the tree back in time. Such blatant change in time should have negative effects, but Wang Wei was smarter than that. His purpose was for the tree to silently absorb as much power as possible from the Grand Tao source to become complete. So he needed to hide it from sight and not influence history in the slightest. Wang Wei had to be careful. He observed the tree's development from the Chaos era to the present, ensuring no one discovered its existence, including Heavenly Tao. As he summoned the tree to his presence, he was excited. It was pure white, with 3,800 fruits surrounded by rune chains. Its aura was magnificent and noble. It can only help me until the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. But that's more than enough, Wang Wei thought before suddenly feeling a cold chill running down his spine. He sensed a pair of terrifying eyes gazing at him, which seemed very hostile. Time Wraith? I didn't even do anything. His actions were inconsequential as he only accelerated the tree's growth. The gaze disappeared, and Wang Wei sighed before continuing his retreat. After countless resources and consuming the Dragon Phoenix pill, he had reached the 10th level of the Dragon Phoenix realm. After passing all 3,800 tribulations, Wang Wei could open the Gate of Power, enter the adult Fiend God realm, and become an indestructible Empyrean. However, he would not accept such a measly foundation. He started combining all these daos, which increased the number of tribulations and suffering he had to endure. While Wang Wei was in retreat, things outside started to change. Less than 50 years after his retreat, Ji Lanfang ascended. He did not wish to make a big deal out of it, so he turned into a brilliant side before disappearing into the sky. Less than 10 years after him, Hong Meilin also left. 150 years after the banquet, a golden light enveloped the world from the western continent. Feng Heng, the mighty Buddha, condensed a peak level 1 golden body of merit before riding a lotus into the sky and ascending. 200 years after the banquet, more people started to ascend, especially the non-Eternals who did not have to create their secret vaults. However, except for the professional ones, the Eternals began to ascend at the 500-year mark. They received Tong Rubing's invitation and stayed a little longer. After 800 years, they held their small banquet with many professionals present. They discussed this with the Dao opening sect, and after agreeing, the small banquet was broadcast, which allowed the non-participating Yan Liling to benefit immensely. By the 1,000-year mark, almost everyone had ascended. The demon race celebrated and cried at the departure of their greatest chief, Ao Shen. Hu Fenghuang's departure was rather quiet, which was unlike her personality. Another quiet departure was Shi Shangyan. Meanwhile, Shi Qian received praise from the light race. Su Shi ascended 1100 years after the banquet, but was not quiet. She played a beautiful zither piece that spread through every corner of the endless void, showing visions of everything in this era. It showed everything that occurred. Every major event, including the deaths of mortals like Kai Renshu or the death of influential emperors like Emperor Jia. The song perfectly encapsulated the vicissitude of this era, so true Heavenly Tao accepted it as the defining song. It lowered great merit to Su Shi, and she ascended afterward on top of a cloud composed of primordial chaos. Time flows like a river. After more than 1,500 years, only a few people remain in the lower dimension. The first one is the Demon Suppression Emperor. She wanted to converse with Wang Wei one last time before ascending. She wanted to primarily thank him for everything he's done for her and the human race, and for something he specifically added to the information. She bought about being wary of the Great Chu Divine Dynasty and the Qin Saint Court. However, she soon realized he wouldn't be out for quite some time, and decided to meet in the upper dimension. Of course, she will follow his warning. Another person struggling with the decision was Wrath. She feared the treatment she might suffer in the upper dimension because of her identity. She also worried about the Neo-Devil after her departure. However, after much consideration, she ascended around the 2,000-year mark. During this time, Yu Yan entered a semi-sealed state. She did not appear in the world and restrained her aura and presence to the lowest level. She was only waiting for her son to exit the seclusion to enter a fully sealed state and prepare for the next generation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1195 Opening the Gate of Power. After combining and surviving more than 10,000 daos and tribulations, Wang Wei had run out of resources. To be specific, he could not use any more resources from the lower dimension without sucking the entire world dry. Now he had no choice but to rely entirely on himself to pass these tribulations. Sadly for him, the process was a nightmare after these tribulations had stacked, especially for someone of his willpower. He gritted his teeth and continued. His body was constantly destroyed by Daos like Fire Thunder Dao, Wind Ice Dao, and Vibration Suppression Dao. As time passed, he started testing high-level Daos like Chaos Time Dao, Destruction Creation Dao, Killing Fate Dao, etc. Wang Wei could not feel the passage of time. However, he knew that a long time had passed, but unfortunately, the only sensation he could feel was pain. If not for the markings that kept appearing on his gait, the changes to his fleshly body, and the improvement of his willpower, he would have given up. Another benefit was that he had the inspiration about how to improve his pain talent, but that was not his primary concern at the time. He continued combining these tribulations, and after 1,000,000 tribulations, he had to stop and take a breather. He sensed that living in such a state of constant, mind-boggling, and debilitating pain had started to affect his spirit and soul. So he took a few hundred years of rest before diving deep again. Then he would follow a pattern of cultivating and resting, taking a break at the 10,000,000, 100,000,000, 1,000,000,000, and 100,000,000,000 tribulation marks. Wang Wei did not know how long this would last. However, the ancient desolate emperor advised him to keep going until he reached his limit, so he followed the advice. At first, Wang Wei thought he would be here for a long time. However, after the 1,269 trillion tribulation, something unexpected occurred. The marks on his gate of power suddenly morphed into two characters. Limit Indestructibility. Then the gate opened on its accord without Wang Wei even trying. A mysterious power rushed through every corner of his body, elevating his flesh, strength, and abilities to a higher level. Wang Wei could tell that if his essence weren't already immortal, he would have acquired it now after opening the gate. Sadly, immortality did not stack up. Otherwise, he might have acquired another life. The second change he sensed was the alteration to his existence. Besides the former eternal and perfection characteristics, he also had the indestructible one. Wang Wei clenched his fist, feeling the power rushing through his veins. The entire lower dimension felt very fragile, except for the void battlefield. My strength is already in the second heaven? Wang Wei muttered. After opening the gate, body cultivators will enter the fifth realm of the true power Dao realm, adult fiend god realm. This level is divided into 10 heavens worth about 2% of the grand Dao source. In other words, Wang Wei's current strength meant he was on par with an Empyrean of 74% grand Dao source. He was surprised because most indestructible emperors would start their cultivation at 0 heaven, the base strength of 70% grand Dao source. I guess all that suffering was not for nothing, he thought before focusing on the greatest gain of his breakthrough, his unparalleled defense. You've achieved limit indestructibility? I guess you didn't need my guidance. Excellent. Wang Wei was immediately speechless as he saw the ancient desolate emperor's projection that appeared in the room. He calmly manifested a set of clothes on his body. You couldn't have picked a better time? We're men, so there's no need to be embarrassed, Desolate replied. As body cultivators, they had absolute control of their bodies, so their manhood size was never a problem. And with their terrifying bodies, they never had any issue with endurance, making them very popular. Wait, we're still in the lower dimension? Ancient Desolate suddenly said. You achieved limit indestructibility, in the lower dimension? Yes so. Wang Wei looked at him strangely. Stupid. There are resources to help you, including ways to reduce the pain, and even accelerate the process by skipping a few tribulations without any consequences. He left this projection to guide the boy through the process. Why didn't you tell me this? Wang Wei asked, feeling resentful. He suffered for nothing. He would have waited to open the gate in the upper dimension had he known of this. The hell with being the first person to open the gate in the lower dimension. There wasn't even a reward for such an accomplishment. I didn't expect you were stupid enough to do all these tribulations without help. I figure you would ascend after seeing the difficulty and use the Sect's resources to help. Then I will appear to give you my experience. Wang Wei looked at him, his eyes full of undisguised resentment that was about to manifest physically. However, the ancient Desolate just shrugged. We don't have much time, so I'll finish my sermons quickly. As you know, limit indestructibility means that your defense has reached the limit of the Empyrean realm. In other words, even someone with 89% cultivation cannot harm a single hair on your body. Only people that have gone beyond that level can hurt you. Today, I will teach you some techniques to boost your defense to the Paragon level. Depending on your mastery, you could defend against Paragons as high as 92%. The ancient desolate emperor did not waste time as he preached to Wang Wei about his techniques, along with other information he needed to know about being an indestructible Empyrean. He talked very fast, so Wang Wei had to memorize his sermon for later use instead of comprehending them. Done. You should have memorized everything, right? I did, Wang Wei nodded. Good. In that case, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself, and don't get killed. Wait, do me one more favor. Let's see if I can help. Condense an imprint of all the Empyreans you've fought throughout your life. I will recreate them in the dream world and use them for training. That's a great way to get acclimated with your newfound power, Ancient Desolate nodded. However, it's too much to condense every Empyrean I've met. I can show you the top 50. He raised his hand to condense 50 imprints. Is there anything else? No, Wang Wei answered. Although he had many questions, he knew this was not the time to ask them. All right. See you soon, kid. After the projection ended, Wang Wei did not immediately use the imprints. Instead, he opened the notebook his wife left for him and unsealed more information. As expected, she left him a defensive technique for his limit indestructibility. After learning it, he entered the dream world to utilize these imprints. His first opponent was an indestructible Empyrean, a human with a few tiger features, including eyes, whiskers, and claws. His cultivation was the same as Wang Wei, the second heaven. Wang Wei decided that battle was the best way to get used to his new strength, digest the sermon, and learn Wu Hong's technique. So he rushed into his opponent, choosing a more aggressive approach. This tiger human soon proved a worthy opponent because his beast-like sixth sense trumps even the best clairvoyance technique, divine abilities, or ocular powers. Wang Wei had to reduce his defense to be on par with his opponent. Otherwise, this battle would not be fair, and he would not learn much. Once satisfied with his strength mastery, he chose a second opponent. The tiger human was technically the weakest of the 50 individuals, so Wang Wei had plenty of opponents to battle and learn. The second opponent was a woman from an unknown race with a jewel for eyes, and she was an everlasting Empyrean. Wang Wei learned the resilience of everlasting Empyreans, which made sense they were a better version of eternal emperors. However, this battle also made him wonder about people who were both. Luckily for him, from the people ranked 30 and above, there were plenty of indestructible and everlasting cultivators. It took Wang Wei a few hundred years to defeat all 50 Empyreans, a testament to these individuals' talent. Afterward, he recreated these people using his dream battle technique, and passively fought all of them to continue increasing his battle IQ and experience. As Wang Wei left the dream world, he took a moment to reflect and plan forward. He has not mastered any of the 2 defensive techniques yet because those things will take a long time, and he is in a hurry. Meanwhile, his cultivation had a small problem. My flesh has reached tier 11, but my bloodline is still technically tier 10. This meant he could not rely on his human fiend god bloodline to cultivate and reach higher heavens. So his next course of action will be to find the 11th and 12th revolutions of his technique or create them. Wang Wei took a moment to check on the outside. 120,000 years had passed since the banquet, and the world was tranquil. Anyone who wanted to ascend already did so, and everyone else was waiting for him to leave and start the next generation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1196 Everlasting Empyrean. Wang Wei shook his head, thinking these people had nothing better to do than just wait. Maybe I should create a countdown clock to my departure, giving them hope and something to do. He immediately gave up the idea when it popped into his head for 2 reasons. Firstly, he did not know when his cultivation would finish and he could ascend. Secondly, limiting his presence in the world was essential to prevent true heavenly Tao from exiling him to the upper dimension. So after checking that there were no problems with the world, he continued his retreat. Wang Wei was already under the Bodhi tree, so he summoned the Grand Tao Source tree before putting on the civilization crown as assistance. He was still in awe of how much luck he had condensed and how potent it was. He then activated his 3 Paths 3 Selves art for a second boost in his cultivation. The future Buddha selves looked into the future, the Taoist self used their quantum computer deduction ability, and the devil selves started using various means to boost their cultivation, including optimizing the use of the crown. The devil selves then accessed all the incense, spiritual power, dream power, and world source for their boost. Wang Wei also took out the fate essence he was condensing from secretly manipulating the fates of the lower dimension. However, he still hadn't finished his preparations. Wang Wei activated all 269 trillion spirit particles that composed his soul, and divided them into 3. One part focused on using the fruits from the Grand Tao Source tree, the second part focused on Chen Tong's sermon, and the last third started comprehending all the cultivation techniques of the lower dimension. Once that is finished, that section will focus on the different laws of the endless void, and converting all the other sermons in the banquet into his cultivation. Finally, Wang Wei used his last preparation, merit. One of the main effects of his golden body was to increase cultivation speed, and he still had plenty more merit in reserve. With all these benefits, Wang Wei dived into his cultivation. The process was enjoyable beyond words. Cultivating in his realm is usually slow, tedious, and frustrating. However, with all these benefits, the process became straightforward. Wang Wei's cultivation level rose from the initial 32% to 999% in a very short period before finally encountering the wall. He wondered whether he could break through without the Genesis fruit and sell it at a higher price. Sadly, even with his talent and perfect foundation, the bottleneck stopped him. He could tell he would not break it without a few hundred yuan epochs, and such timing could be described as monstrous. He no longer hesitated and swallowed the fruit. A potent herbal power rushed through his body and soul, making him feel lighter, carefree, and in tune with heaven and earth. Wang Wei felt an explosion inside his sea of consciousness, and without even noticing it, his cultivation reached 70%. Wang Wei immediately felt an enormous pressure on his soul and mind, and he knew that if his soul and Tao heart did not reach the standard, he would die under the weight of his own Grand Tao Source. The pressure disappeared as soon as it appeared due to his foundation, meaning he could immediately move to the next steps. His achievement of 70% Grand Tao Source activated a mechanism. Wang Wei's spirit found himself in a void facing a clone of himself. His first thought was whether he was facing another heart devil before remembering that stage of his breakthrough he was my true self, he quickly figured out. The person before him looked exactly like him, but Wang Wei could feel he was different somehow. So he closed his eyes and focused on that difference. After what felt like an eternity and an instant, Wang Wei understood. Hinduism was correct when they said the true self was eternal, but Buddhism, which believes the self was ever-changing, is also accurate. There is a saying that encapsulates these two opposite ideologies. The only eternal thing is change. Wang Wei's mind worked tirelessly to understand the concept presented to him. Although he had more time than others, he did not want to waste it. After condensing my true self, I will transcend, escape the shackles of samsara. I will no longer be restricted by the power of reincarnation. I can reincarnate as often as I wish, and my memories will remain intact. From now on, he no longer needed any techniques or means to reincarnate with his memories. From now on, even a Yama king cannot block his memories. They can temporarily seal them but not erase them. More importantly, even if they sealed them, the present ones will immediately become the main personality after he remembers them, no matter what his sealed self experiences. Wang Wei sighed to himself. He remembered the trouble he went into to protect his earth memories when he traveled through primordial chaos. Now this ability has become natural and passive. Wang Wei checked his body. He did not experience any physical or noticeable change after this realization. However, he felt that his memories, perceptions, views, connections, and identities had sublimated to a higher state of being. Is it done? He thought before shaking his head. He was missing one more step. But what was it? He focused on the example before him and soon received his answer. Form, Wang Wei thought. After becoming an eternal, many aspects of myself, for example, my history and accomplishments, changed form. They were no longer bound to my body or concepts associated with me. They were now an extension of myself. That's why I can revive as long as they exist. So, I also need to change the form of my true self. With this enlightenment and grand Taoist example, Wang Wei soon succeeded in this endeavor and gained the ability of all everlasting Empyreans, condensing true avatars. Eternals are special because of their survivability, and it's the same for everlasting. They can create true avatars, which are clones of themselves hidden through reincarnation. As long as the avatars are alive, the Empyrean will not die, and with the protection of samsara, all the avatars' identities are hidden, and the karma related to them is hidden to almost perfection. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. He had succeeded, and as long as he passed his immemorial tribulation, he would be an everlasting emperor. There is still time, so let's continue. He continued the retreat, hoping to glance at what made boundless paragons unique. Higher self? Unlimited self? Or something else? Just as he was about to catch a clue, his spirit left the previous space and woke up in his cultivation room. So closed, he muttered, shaking his head. He focused on mobilizing his Grand Tao source and soul to send a projection into the source chi space. These two power sources released a unique vibration that opened a portal to a special area with a blue fog. He gathered the power of the cosmos grand mist to condense a wheel inside his sea of consciousness. Wang Wei had an idea and fused the power of nothingness in his flesh into the wheel. However, nothing exceptional happens after the thing absorbs a tiny portion. He tried again without success, and stopped after noticing the only effect was accelerating the wheel condensing process. His wheel reached the everlasting Empyrean standard size of 12 zhang before stopping growing. I guess I should be happy since it saved me some time. The process of condensing the wheel was a little time-consuming, but it was a good thing to save time. Wang Wei summoned the blue energy from his sea of consciousness. He felt its power of creation. With a single thought, he can create worlds with a perfect system, evolve the laws of heaven and earth, and mold life as he pleases. Although there appeared not much difference between the Grand Mist Wheel of Empyreans, the application of this energy/power is crucial. His force control skill meant he could utilize the Grand Mist Wheel to its limit and beyond, which 99% of Empyreans cannot say. Okay, for the last step, Wang Wei muttered, looking in the distance. He teleported to the void battlefield and spent some time preparing. Finally, clouds appeared in this endless space with 36 red lightning bolts. The 36 red lightning immemorial thunder tribulation? I guess that makes sense with my third-level golden body of merit. The Empyrean tribulation was divided into 36, 72, 81, and 108 red thunder, and 36 was the lowest, reserved for people with excellent merit, luck, and karma. So Wang Wei, who condensed a third-level golden body during his retreat, only had to pass the lowest level. Meanwhile, some people who commit heinous acts must pass the 108 thunder tribulation. I wonder what true heavenly Tao considers a heinous act? Emperors and Empyreans have high karmic resistance, so the mindless killing of mortals or weak cultivators was nothing to such a cold existence. Probably someone who breaks the rules or affects the balance of things, Wang Wei concluded before pausing before realizing that he was talking about himself. True heavenly Tao would probably have used the highest tribulation on him, if not for his merit and accomplishment. Wang Wei shook his head to focus. A red bolt of lightning descended on Wang Wei, but nothing occurred. The fearsome red immemorial thunder had zero effect on him due to his peak defensive capability. Despite the circumstance, Wang Wei was on high alert. He did not antagonize the tribulation with words, or try to collect it to be used later. He could not be idle after the 9th lightning bolt since he sensed a Tao will on the thunder. Tao wills, willpower manifestations, and true wills were the only things that could negate his limit indestructibility and injure him. He activated his willpower manifestation to defend. After the 18th bolt, The tribulations contain Tao will and willpower manifestation, each attacking in a different location. Wang Wei's Tao will had not evolved yet, so he had to expertly manipulate his willpower manifestation to block these attacks and ensure he was not injured. The process became more difficult after the 27th bolt when the tribulation used true will. Wang Wei had to use his taboo battle realm to elevate his Tao will to the Empyrean tier before creating his true will. With this brilliant method, he passed the tribulation without any injuries. He then calmly watched the red clouds dissipate. This was the best chance to make a move, yet nothing, Wang Wei thought with a frown. Supreme Unity's lack of movement had started to worry him. Could there be a party waiting for me when I ascend? Or is he planning something else? Wang Wei exhaled deeply before sitting cross-legged in the void. He had officially reached Tier 11 on the Emperor path, and calmed down to experience the Grand Tao Source baptism. He felt all aspects of his cultivation elevated, including his awakening, Tao will, and even Tao imprint. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1197, A System of Conformity, and I've retconned the previous chapter. Wang Wei is still in the second level of the Golden Body of Merit. The Grand Tao Source manifested before Wang Wei, and he calmly watched his Tao imprint change. There were more runes, and the imprint was embedded deeper into his Tao. But all the changes had occurred on a surface level. It's harder to detect and erase, Wang Wei thought. More importantly, it now has the ability of motion. Before dying, all Empyreans could activate motion, and their Tao imprint would detach them from their Tao and move around the Grand Tao Source, making it harder for anyone to find it and kill them. Everlasting Empyreans do not have to use this ability since it's passive for them actively. It will immediately activate as long as their bodies and souls dissipate or stop working. Wang Wei then summoned his Tao will, feeling the slight change in essence. He could now suppress lower-tier Tao wills, or even render them useless. Now that the Tao imprint had strengthened, the Tao will followed since one of its primary purposes was to grant Eternals and Everlasting an advantage over the lower Emperor class. Zoning, Wang Wei muttered. His Tao will gain this new ability to counter the motion, which allowed his will to search for a person's Tao imprint in the vast sea that is the Grand Tao Source. Wang Wei created his true will to test it out, and he was immediately satisfied with the result. More importantly, the zoning ability improved drastically. Once he adds his Karma Tao, tracking and eliminating people's imprints will be relatively easier. Once these two aspects finished elevating, Wang Wei felt the baptism headed for the next step, his awakening. Once he activated it, 11 fate palaces appeared above his head. They looked magnificent. They appeared less ethereal than before. It seems they are no longer a decoration, and I can use them in battles, Wang Wei noticed. His mind went on overdrive, thinking about using them directly as weapons or, better yet, creating techniques that fit with the palaces. I guess that's better than nothing, he muttered before focusing on the remaining baptism. Nothing significant occurred until the flesh baptism. Third heaven, he muttered as he clenched his fist. His cultivation increased by 1 layer, a great benefit given his realm. This should be the effect of the Yuan Dao root. According to his calculations, the baptism should have only increased his strength by half of a heaven, meaning his flesh would increase from 74% to 75% Grand Tao Source. However, the effect of the Yuan Dao root was added for the last half. I'm now an Empyrean, but the process felt underwhelming. He shook his head. Despite this thought, he was happy with his strength, especially since he reached this realm at the young age of 1.5 Yuan epoch. It would have been much earlier had he not spent so much time on becoming an indestructible emperor. As he calmed down, Wang Wei started brewing an idea, but he still needed some data. Before that, he needed to get acclimated to his newfound power. He accessed the dream world and started fighting with the 50 Empyreans again, this time only using his cultivation and not his flesh. It took Wang Wei no time to acclimate to fighting with most of his abilities, except for the Grand Miss Wheel. The wheel, by itself, had no bearings in battle despite its size disparity between Empyreans. Ordinary Empyreans had a wheel between 6 to 9 zhang, while everlasting went from 10 to 12. However, their size only indicates their advantages in creating worlds and life to help them cultivate. In simple terms, the bigger the wheel, the faster the cultivation. Despite the inherited classification of the Grandmass wheel, sentient beings are intelligent and innovative. As such, through the development of civilization, many ways have been created for the Grandmass wheel to be helpful in combat. The most common ones are using the world created as explosions or weapons, creating unique life forms that can fight side by side with their creator. Or better yet, fuse with the creator to boost their strength. Lastly, reverse the Cosmos Grandmist into the final Grandmist to kill people. Wang Wei needed time to understand and use these tactics in battles, so he spent a few years fighting with these imprints. He did not waste much time since these 50 individuals were the perfect teachers. All of them have lived for so long that they've mastered these basic tactics. After opening his eyes, Wang Wei started deducing information and deriving new ideas. His purpose? How to make his Empyrean realm unique. He thought something new and unexpected would occur since he was an immeasurable emperor. Still nothing happened. No new ability, blessing from the heavens, or even a simple reward of merit. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes with disappointment and realization. So that's how it is, a system of conformity. No wonder I've had no success with the 2 Dao imprints experiment. Grand Dao encourages innovation and improvement during the realms of mortality, 0 to 9. That's how people get new cultivation systems, and the Duyi realm, Pseudo Dao will. However, from tier 10 to 12, everyone's cultivation must conform and follow a similar path. Wang Wei broke the mold in the Great Emperor realm by becoming an immeasurable emperor, but that was as far as he could go. As far as Grand Dao would permit uniqueness and exceptionalism. Grand Dao wants everyone to conform and, through the slow and tedious process of cultivation, lose their ingenuity and innovative spirit. However, once you've reached the peak of the Paragon realm, a cultivator must either regain that spirit or preserve it if they want the slightest chance at glancing at transcendence, he thought. Wang Wei was momentarily speechless. From a design perspective, this method was an excellent way to eliminate 999% of cultivators, blocking their way toward transcendence. It's a good way to eliminate those unworthy and cultivate only potent transcendence. However, as someone forced to conform and live in a specific way, he was far from happy or understanding. Cultivators have achieved immortality and think they've escaped the shackles of time. But in truth, it is their biggest enemy. Wang Wei sighed before becoming slightly angry. If he still had access to his science and technology world, he might have found a way to bypass Grand Dao's restrictions and remain unique in all 12 cultivation realms. There is no point in crying over spilled milk, he uttered. Anyways, I've always known that I needed to play the game before I could win it. He composed himself before continuing with the process of uncovering his strength. Wang Wei controlled his Dao imprint to begin stacking his Grand Dao boosts. Most of his previous boosts did not need an upgrade, so he started the process. The battle realm functioned the same way as the ancient Fiend God realm. Every 2% of strength was 1-fold. Wang Wei had no issue with stacking until 5-fold when he received an immediate warning from heaven and earth that his power was too strong. Even though he sealed the Boyd battlefield, he had no choice but to enter the source chi space to continue. As he expected, Wang Wei reached the 10-fold battle realm, or a fighting prowess of 999%. However, he did not immediately reach taboo as he needed a key. So he did a quick divination and knew the answer. I need to absorb another perfect tier or perfect energy on par with it. His lips twitched as he remembered something. Su Junyao. Is fate already scheming my meeting with her? He knew how rare perfect tier was, and who else would have perfect energy in the upper dimension besides Su Junyao? Wang Wei resisted the urge to swear. Forget it. I'll use the power of nothingness, this time around to achieve taboo. He already had an idea of how he would do that, so there was no problem. His body began to release a golden light, and he calmly watched it. Wang Wei experienced a few disappointments during his retreat and breakthrough. and another one was his peak second-level golden body of merit. He thought he would achieve the third level after absorbing the rest of his merit, but he could not be more wrong. The difference between the third and second levels seems so vast that it appears impossible for anyone to achieve. He now understood that if not for the threat of that eldritch monster, he would never have achieved a peak second level. If I want to achieve the third level, I'll need to fulfill my destiny and get rid of the parasites, Wang Wei muttered with a frown. So, how the hell am I going to reach the unknown fourth level? He immediately realizes his plan will not work, meaning he needs another way to protect or hide from any half-step transcendence. Then his mind went into overdrive. A heaven-deceiving formation should work, but Supreme Unity and Mithria are not true heavenly Tao. They don't need to play by the rules and accept the deception from someone weaker than them. So if I want this method to work, I need something of similar essence to use as the formation's core. Wang Wei's eyes shone brightly. The Devil Primogenitor's broken half-step transcendence artifact. He was immediately excited as this could work. The only issue was how to get to the trial in primordial chaos without these two knowing or interfering. Wang Wei did not mind such difficulty since he at least had a working direction. However, just as the joy was about to settle in, he suddenly thought of something, and his complexion turned dastardly ugly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1198 Playing God Red Mist Forbidden Land. Heavenly Book Paragon opened his eyes, sensing another nexus of time. He opened his book, and as expected, countless new pages now contained writing. He read patiently before a smile formed on the corner of his mouth. A broken half-step transcendence artifact? Finally, a decent fortunate opportunity, he muttered. He started to think that Grand Tao was doing poorly at sending him information, and that Grand Tao's son would be the only person to give him benefits. Heavenly Book Paragon pondered. The exact place is only briefly described, making the location unclear. But with the information at hand and knowing it's from the Devil Primogenitor, I should be able to deduce the exact location. His eyes turned completely white as he activated his Heaven Grand Tao source. His gaze scanned through the secrets and truths of the universe, as if he were looking at a record with knowledge from the entire chaos universe. Found it, Heavenly Book murmured before condensing a clone, and sending it to the trial's location in primordial chaos. This is a good start, he thought calmly. However, his growth rate is way faster than I anticipated. Heavenly Book Paragon wished he could deal with a not fully realized Wang Wei, or Grand Tao Sun. Although he feared no one in confrontation, he did not like extra work. Maybe it's time I consider eliminating these two. His eyes squinted, hiding an intense ferocity. It might be impossible to kill these two, but getting them out of the way temporarily, so he can get to Wang Wei may not be impossible. I'll need to play my cards right if I want an opportunity. Heavenly Book closed his book while his mind was still scheming and planning. Myriad Emperor World Void Battlefield. Shit, Wang Wei thought. There is a high chance that the bastard, Heavenly Book, knows about my future and took away my fortunate encounters, including the artifact. He was immediately in a bad mood after thinking about this. I need to hurry. Wang Wei realized his focus should not be entirely on these parasites or the two sons, but also Heavenly Book. The latter's motives are unknown to him, and the lack of information on the latter does not sit well with him. If I cannot rely on that artifact, I need to have a plan B, he grunted. He stood there silent for a few hours before regaining his bearing. Let's focus on the present for now. Wang Wei summoned a blue fog before pausing. Should I go with the classic, let there be light? Forget it. Let's just imitate Pangu. He spread the blue fog throughout the battlefield before manifesting an axe. He swung downward, not ashamed of his actions of imitating the opening of heaven and earth. After the first strike, the blue fog created a vast, desolate space that seemed to embody darkness. Wang Wei swung his axe a second time, and the sky and earth appeared. However, the clouds were not blue but gray, and the earth was pitch black with red lines rushing through as if they were fire veins. The Chaos Era, Wang Wei muttered as he looked at this new world he was creating, finding the process slightly fascinating despite the fact it was not the first time. Should I create a group of life that can survive in this terrible world? Well, why not? He controlled the turbid qi and disordered chaos qi in this realm to create these enormous creatures. Wang Wei controlled his Grand Mist wheel to speed up time and observe how this world developed. As expected, these abominations that embody chaos fought constantly with each other to the point of extinction. All right, let's choose a leader with great intelligence to lead them. He chose the most pleasant-looking one, a volcano in humanoid form. From now on, you'll be known as Yuan, and your destiny is to unite and lead your people. A hint of clarity appeared in Yuan's eyes before its more than million-kilometer-tall body slowly knelt before Wang Wei. Then, Yuan flew into the distance and started an all-out war. With its newfound power, Yuan conquered all the remaining members of his clan. He suppressed their chaotic nature, awakened their spiritual intelligence, and eventually created the Chaos God dynasty. Not bad, Wang Wei nodded. However, your era has ended. Under his control, the chaos energy in the world rapidly decreased, and the turbid qi fused with the earth, revealing the clear qi of heaven and earth that fuse with the sky. The so-called Chaos God felt their strength rapidly declining, and it seemed they could do nothing. Luckily, their emperor received a revelation from the Creator, telling them to fuse with the earth and the sky to save themselves. The majority did so, and thus these creatures turned into mountains, forests, rivers, the sea, volcanoes, the moon, the sun, and countless stars. Interesting, Wang Wei commented. I could have used my Grand Mist to create these things, but this method saves me a lot of time. Such a slight difference might seem insignificant, but it revealed the essence of utilizing the Grand Mist wheel to someone like him. So what should this new era be? Start with innate life before transitioning to acquired. Directly skip to acquire? Or only create innate life? Maybe go in a completely different direction. Wang Wei was in thought. He could do all these since this world can be molded as he pleases. If he wished, he could just start over. However, he needed a purpose for creating this world. My purpose is to increase my cultivation speed and create life forms that survive the creation tribulation. In that case, Wang Wei pointed at the sky to manifest a chain composed of runes, which was a manifestation of his grand Tao source. He used it as the foundation of the laws of this world, to create his version of the Grand Tao source. Wang Wei had absolute control over this world, meaning he could have made the Grand Tao source as he wished. However, he replicated the one in the real world, to ensure these people could survive the creation tribulation, and help him cultivate. The only problem with this method is that his cultivation is only 70%, and this world only has fate. Next, he'll use the fate of myriad Tao to replicate the Grand Tao source of all 3,800 Taos. With his words, countless new chains formed a grand river that ran through this new world's very fabric of existence. Of course, most of these Taos were on par with 5% Grand Tao source, and Wang Wei's sub-Taos were at best 25%, but that was more than enough. The people can complete these Taos, Wang Wei muttered. He understood now how it was possible for someone to cultivate Chaos Tao. Using the Grand Mist wheel was instrumental. Otherwise, it would have taken way too long to develop all 3,800 Grand Tao sources. The next step is the creatures. Wang Wei pondered briefly before dividing the world into 5 continents. The first continent was the Fate continent, and all life forms living there would cultivate Fate Tao and all the other components of his fate-dominating Tao. This continent is the center, the largest, and the one with the most luck, destiny, and resources. The second continent will cultivate his soul sub-Tao along with his professional Tao. This continent also had ample resources. The third continent would cultivate his other sub-Taos, like destruction, 5 elements, and lightning. The fourth continent cultivated all other Taos, and the fifth continent was all body refiners. Wang Wei moved his arm to mold his first life form. He did not choose an innate or acquire and fuse them. His creations will have a lifespan of 10,000 years, but they will all be born weak and must be cultivated. As he finished his creation, Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. I have created you in my image, meaning you have unparalleled talent, Wang Wei stated. Lord Creator, The man, wearing a coarse brown bag as clothes, immediately knelt. Your surname will be Wang, the same as mine, and your first name will be Chuangxing, meaning first creation. I have high hopes for you, so do not disappoint me. Never, my lord. Wang Wei nodded before creating more creatures. A total of 269 million, to be exact. He ensured the diversity of races and species. Finally, he left a clone to teach them about basic survival guides before preaching to them about cultivation. The main body traveled to the other continents to spread life, and he ended his creation session by building systems like samsara, luck, and even fate. Now let's just watch. He fast-forwards time. The process was interesting, to say the least. Everything was moving rapidly. The continents became populated. People were born and reincarnated. The barrier between continents dissipated, and war and destruction spread, followed by a period of peace before the cycle repeated. However, Wang Wei was not affected in the slightest. It was like he had a remote control, and was moving things along to a designated part of whatever he was watching. After more than 1,000,000 yuan epoch, Wang Chuangxing is finally prepared to pass the creation tribulation and become my first Empyrean tier subordinate, Wang Wei thought with a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11, 99 Learning Experience. And another retcon. Wang Wei did not become an Empyrean at the age of 5 yuan epoch, but 5. Lord Creator, Wang Chuangxing said before kneeling. He had reached the pinnacle of this world, but even then, the Lord Creator seemed unfathomable to him. Wang Wei, who was floating in the air with his hands behind his back, nodded. You did not disappoint me, becoming the first Empyrean of this world. I tried my best to be worthy of the talent you granted me. Your life has been challenging, and you've survived many things. Have you ever wondered why I've allowed so many things to happen when I have the power to stop it? I wouldn't dare question your lord, Wang Chuangxing swiftly replied. Since his creation, he has indeed experienced many great things. There was the division of race, where all the original 1,269 million creations and their descendants formed clans and races before starting a war between them. After years of fighting, Wang Chuangxing rose as the leader of the human race, and eventually, the ruler of the fate-dominating continent. After a short period of peace, he had to face the continent war. Everything was peaceful when the 5 continents first encountered each other. They exchanged knowledge and resources. However, such peace did not last long before an all-out war started, devastating the entire world. Once that was settled, it did not take long for the Destruction Lord invasion. A powerful cultivator appeared in the Destruction continent and started another invasion. The man was fierce, and one of his 3 generals was also an expert of Death Dao, leading a legion of undead to ravage the world. Wang Chuangxing almost died confronting the Destruction Lord. Luckily, he was the final winner, bringing peace and prosperity to the land. Of course, as always, such peace was fleeting. The next catastrophe was the Fanatic War, in which someone calling themselves the Divine Priest gathered power, using the Lord Creator's name, and tried to conquer the world. This event was a stain on Wang Chuangxing's honor and legacy, as he believed the Divine Priest that he was the emissary of the Lord Creator. So he joined his side as the sacred son of the religion, helping them in their conquest. Luckily, Wang Chuangxing learned the truth eventually, and put an end to everything. After that event, Wang Chuangxing became a recluse, not paying attention to the outside world. Unfortunately, the people had to ask him to return due to an event now labeled as the Chaos God Rebellion. Someone woke one of the sleeping Chaos Gods from antiquity, and the latter went on a killing spree. It absorbed people's blood, flesh, and soul to maintain its power, and even become stronger. By the time people discovered Wang Chuangxing's location, the Chaos God was already too powerful. So many heroes fought and died to seal this catastrophe. Now Wang Chuangxing had reached the end of the Tao, and was the most powerful entity in this world, thus hailing a time of peace and prosperity. You're an intelligent being, so it would be weird if you didn't question it. Wang Wei knew the fanatic war happened because of Wang Chuansheng's crisis of faith and questioning his existence and purpose. Lord Dash, I'm not here to blame you, just to provide an answer, Wang Wei continued. You needed to have a hard life and be tested to be prepared for the creation tribulation. Creation tribulation? You are limited by this world. I'm sure you've already sensed that your strength can no longer increase. Indeed. If you wish to leave this place and exist in the same universe that I do, you must survive a terrifying tribulation. And when I say terrifying, I mean terrifying. Wang Chuansheng's heart skipped a beat as he understood the underlying implications behind these words. Many things he had previously thought, deduced, and guessed became the truth in this short conversation. Do you want some last-minute preparation, or do you want to leave now? I would love to say a few words with my family, but Lord, could you give more information about this tribulation? No problem. Wang Wei sent the information into his mind, and after processing it, Wang Chuanxing went to talk to his wife, 2 sons, and daughter, and had one last meeting with his clan. He did not tell them the truth, but just reassured them. All right, let's go. Wang Wei brought him out of the Grand Mist Wheel into the void battlefield. Disappointed? Wang Wei asked, making Wang Chuanxing laugh in embarrassment. You're in an isolated void to prevent the tribulation from affecting others. My world is not that barren. I see. Wang Chuanxing sat in the void to prepare, and 10 minutes later, a cloud gathered in the void. Boom! A red thunderbolt descended from the sky, and Wang Wei immediately frowned as the bolt contained a true will. Bolts after bolts descended from the sky, not giving Wang Chuanxing a chance to breathe. He fought fiercely, using all the fate techniques he had mastered. He pushed his artifacts to the limit to assist, but the bolts seemed endless. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was worrying because it was already the 103rd bolt, but this thing did not seem like it was stopping. Unfortunately for him, his worries were correct. After the 234th lightning bolt, Wang Chuanxing could not protect himself, and he dissipated into mist as he failed the tribulation. Something is wrong, Wang Wei muttered. Could it be because I'm trying to create an Empyrean with the Supreme Outlaw Dao? Or, he squinted his eyes. He entered the Grand Mist world and recreated Wang Chuanxing, even remaking the memories of surviving the tribulation. Lord, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Those were his first words after reviving. Please give me another chance. It's useless. Lord, you're technically immortal as long as I'm alive. However, the tribulation becomes exponentially difficult based on the amount of time you've failed, Wang Wei replied. I can give you another chance, but not now. I understand. Don't beat yourself too much. Wang Wei patted his shoulder before disappearing. He now had to train someone else, and decided on a non-outlaw Dao. He created a new thunder race, and their leader was their champion. The woman, named Wang Lei, had destiny on her side, so she rapidly grew to Wang Chuansheng's level after many catastrophes that served as training wheels. Of course, Wang Wei did not live through all of them, and just jumped into the future when she was ready. He took her outside for the tribulation. Then, he calmly watched as she was obliterated in the 457th thunderbolt. He knew what was going on by now, but he refused to give up so easily. So he started again. His next champion was someone other than someone who cultivated the Grand Dao Source. No, he opted for an insurgent Empyrean. He created triplets based on essence, chi, and spirit. One cultivated their bodies to the pinnacle, the second cultivated chi, and the other focused on their souls. Finally, they fused once they reached the Empyrean tier. Sadly, Wang Xin died after the 786th thunderbolt. Wang Wei immediately started on another attempt. He knew why these people failed, and the answer was simple. True heavenly Dao did not want any creation life forms in the lower dimension. But Wang Wei wanted to leave one for his sect, and he also saw these events as a training method for future creation. For this attempt, he created the 6th continent, the ability continent. In this continent, people did not cultivate. Instead, they would awaken a talent/ability and develop it to a higher level. The upside of this method was that the abilities were powerful, weird, and even considered balance-breaking. The downside is that the people in this continent had weak bodies, between Tier 0 and Tier 3, and shorter lifespans. Wang Wei's champion for this round was ability user with a power called Survival. This ability was similar to the X-Men character, Darwin, whose ability was to evolve to adapt to any situation, including death. Sadly, Wang Dan did not survive long. After the first thunderbolt, he adopted and became immune to it, so the tribulation changed to flame after the fourth bolt, which he also immediately adopted. But on the fifth attack, a multicolored lightning bolt contained power from all 3,800 DAOs. Wang Dan's body could not quickly adapt to all these powerful concepts and ideas, and he exploded. Well, at least this was educational, Wang Wei thought as he shook his head. He stopped this pointless struggle and returned to his retreat. He closed his eyes to enter his cultivation state, and his mouth twitched. So slow, he thought. His previous cultivation speed was like a state-of-the-art spaceship with quantum drive, allowing faster-than-light travel. But now it could only be compared to an obese child with short legs. Luckily, this was the base cultivation speed, so he immediately added all his advantages. But even then, Wang Wei was not entirely pleased as his speed was only on par with the fastest bullet train in the world. Besides the merit, the effect of everything else has drastically decreased, especially the Grand Dao Source Tree. This thing is now useless, Wang Wei thought with a frown. If only I could elevate the Bodhi tree to Tier 11. He sent a clone to the Source Chi space to find a Chi that could improve the tree's quality. However, he knew the tree would take too long to evolve, even with the Chi. Wang Wei connected to all the souls in his Grand Mist Wheel, borrowing their power to help cultivate. He noticed he could no longer accelerate time inside the Grand Mist world while cultivating, which was a shame. Regardless, he now fully understood the need for the Grand Mist Wheel. His cultivation speed now could be described as a modern-day rocket. Although less than it used to be in the Emperor realm, most of his peers still need to gain this level of speed. He improved the time acceleration formation in his room, pushing it to the absolute limit before focusing solely on his retreat. After what felt like an instant, he opened his eyes. 77%. I thought I could reach 80% and more, he sighed. He had underestimated how difficult cultivating in the higher realms was. It's time to leave. Wang Wei checked outside, and 350,000 years had passed since the banquet, and he was now over 200 yuan epoch in age. The people in the upper dimension would freak out if they knew of this. For example, Emperor Kong became an Empyrean in the 3 yuan epoch, but that was the time that passed on the outside. No one knew exactly how much time he spent, but his success in the 3 yuan epochs is a testament to how good his time acceleration formation/artifact was. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had even greater achievements since not even a yuan epoch had passed since he proved the Dao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1200 Ascension. Let's start with my true avatars, Wang Wei muttered. He gathered his existence to condense countless unique countless. All everlasting Empyreans can have a total of 269 trillion true avatars, but Wang Wei did not create all of them. The true avatars will remain mortal as they experience reincarnation after reincarnation. Their purpose is to be backups, or revival means for their main body. Based on the rules of heaven and earth, the higher the cultivation of a true avatar, the easier it is to recognize them. Empyreans are then forced to keep their avatars as mortals to prevent discovery. However, they will also select a few avatars to hide themselves and cultivate. These avatars will have a cultivation level of 69,999% so that if they die, the avatar can immediately become the main body and inherit all the main Bodhi's powers. After creating most of the avatars, Wang Wei summoned his life-death Dao to bless them. However, he immediately frowned as he realized something. He summoned his status as the Mind 3 Realm Emperor for the blessing, and the result was the same. Rules after rules, he complained. He wanted some of his true avatars to reincarnate into the lower dimension to have an extra safety measure, just like his secret vaults. Unfortunately, the rules stated they could only be reincarnated into the upper dimension and the eternal Ascension world. Wang Wei waved his hand to send these things into reincarnation, and he was once again surprised. As soon as these avatars arrived, he sensed they had already reincarnated. The processing speed astonished him. It seems the rules still provided some advantage, he muttered. Although it was something small, it was better than nothing. His next step was refining his Proving Dao artifact. He summoned a ball of compressed strings glowing with a golden aura. The artifact was a part of him, meaning his Grand Dao source nourished it during his breakthrough. As such, this artifact is now classified as an Empyrean artifact embryo, meaning he only needs to fuse material of the same level to finish it. Currently, Wang Wei had 2 materials he could use. The sword creation life form from Old Man Nether, and a prime gold chi that his clones found in the source chi space. He did not hesitate to add these things, completing the final transformation of his artifact. This thing is truly subpar, not even adding 1 fold to my battle realm, Wang Wei complained. However, he was limited by resources. He could only wait until he ascended to improve the artifact. Wang Wei finally stood up from his cushion, directly teleporting to his secret vault. If anyone saw this thing, they would think he was a narcissist. There were paintings of him on one side of the room, showing the different events in his life. The other side contained calligraphy of his name, and all the titles had received. There were recordings of his memories, and at the center of the room were stacks of books about everything he had accomplished in his life. Wang Wei created another book to add more details. Although heaven and earth did not acknowledge his accomplishments of being the first everlasting and indestructible paragons in the lower dimension, or the fact he was probably the youngest in history, they were all significant accomplishments, and he put them into his vault. Once he was done, Wang Wei teleported his vault into the core of the world tree. There was no better place to hide it, especially since it would have such a powerful guardian. Additionally, he instructed the tree to teleport the vault away in case a powerful enemy discovered it. Should I also add my ancestor's vault? Wang Wei hesitated. All emperors are paranoid about their vaults, even for family members or Dao companions. So, there is a chance that his actions might be controversial to his ancestors. Let's just do it, and he'll apologize to them, Wang Wei said. And he spread his divine sense to find their vault. Nothing? He found every hidden vault in the lower dimension but not theirs. 2 possibilities. They both experienced an event so terrifying that their vaults were destroyed, or they sent projections after becoming Paragon to hide them better. Wang Wei no longer focused on this and left after giving the world tree another baptism. His destination was the Sect. Everyone gathered as they knew this was the last official meeting of this generation's Sect master. I believe my clone has already refined the immortal mansions and unique chi? Wang Wei asked directly. Yes. Origin 1 nodded with a smile. The amount of reserve mansion and energy Wang Wei created for them was 5 times greater than all the Sect's previous emperors. And if it were not for the balance mechanism, it would have been more. Good. Now it's time for the Dao Source seed. Wang Wei began to refine the seeds at an alarming rate. Moreover, those seeds contain more potential than others since they were refined from an Empyrean. The result was twice as much as all the former emperors combined. Of course, like the immortal mansions, most of these seeds will be sealed and distributed over a long period. The majority will not see the day of light until the Sect encounters a catastrophe. This is for you, Wang Wei said as he handed Dong Lifen's master a unique seed. It contains a special river of fate that will boost your power to the peak of the Emperor realm when needed, and a 3-zhang Grand Mist wheel to help you create life and accelerate your cultivation. Empyrean's wheel is between 6 to 12 zhang, but Dao rulers can have 3 to 5 zhang. The wheel is not just for you, Wang Wei continued. You'll have to share it with the others. Come with a schedule on how to use it. Wang Wei sighed. I would love to leave more, but the rules are not in my favor. Thank you, Sect Master. You replied. Wang Wei then watched her fuse with the seed. Welcome, Fate One, said everyone present. Thank you, everyone. I'll be in your care from now on. Never in her life would you have expected to reach such a level in her cultivation, and she owed everything to the Sect Master and her disciple. What's next? Wang Wei asked. The artifact and arrays, replied Miscellaneous One. Let's start with the artifact. Someone brought an artifact similar to his, a ball of compressed strings. The workmanship is brilliant, Wang Wei complimented. Whoever refined that thing pushed the limit of the materials. Thank you, Sect Master. This is one of my best works, Miscellaneous One said with a smile. Wang Wei nodded before summoning the four-symbol mirror. With a thought, the mirror turned into particles that fused with the string ball artifact. Finally, he summoned his Proving Tao artifact and created a projection, which fractured under his control. Many people sighed after seeing this, knowing a true Empyrean artifact couldn't remain in the lower dimension. Once the projection fused with the Sect's artifact, it released a terrifying aura. The Sect now owned a cracked Empyrean artifact as their 10th artifact, and it was one of the best of its kind. His next task was to add the Grand Tao Source Nourishment to the Sect's 10th Emperor Array, which combined a Fate Array and the Heaven Deceiving Array. He tried to deceive Heaven into allowing him to create a Tier 11 formation, but that was not allowed. So he followed the same principle as the artifact. His third task was to leave a true will artifact for the Sect. With his current strength, the array from the Human Emperor's trial, and other means, this artifact will take a very long time to dissipate. Sadly, it still could not be permanent. However, Wang Wei did leave an insurgent technique called World Will that allowed Tao ancestors to create a copy of a Tao will/True Will from their inner world. The last thing Wang Wei did was update his Fate Transcending Sutra. True Heavenly Tao was not a douche this time around, and allowed him to leave the entire sutra, meaning the Sect now had an Empyrean sutra at their foundation. Once Wang Wei finished everything, he had a small goodbye dinner with all the Sect's leaders and upper echelons. Near the end of the party, he secretly drank with Yan Chun and Ancestor Wucheng. A toast to the two of you. You've protected me throughout my cultivation journey and even died for my safety. I would not be here without the two of you. You honor us too much, Yan Chun replied with a sigh. He always felt he did not do much as a Tao protector, so he only accepted being a normal Tao ancestor instead of the Sect wasting resources on him to become a first-class or even eternal insurgent. No need to go easy on this kid. As he said, I died for him, and he'll mooch off this fact for the rest of my life, replied Wang Wucheng. You know I'm now technically older than you. The time inside formation doesn't count, Wang Wucheng replied shamelessly. As shameless as always, Wang Wei said with a smile, and the two drank until late at night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1201 Ascension 2. The next day, Wang Wei decided to visit a few acquaintances. Most of his friends/acquaintances had already ascended, but there were a few he could still say goodbye. He first checked on Wu Ming, who had sealed himself. This man did not ascend but sealed himself to be a guide and protector of the Wu clan and the Origin Rune Palace. He plans to ascend only after the clan cultivates their first heavenly emperor. Wu Ming had the talent and destiny to be like Yan Liling and Tong Ruobing. Sadly, his obsession with his family ruined him, Wang Wei thought. Maybe ruin was not the right word, but this man delayed his blessings and accomplishments, and based on how the future goes, he indeed might be ruined. Wang Wei checked on Dong Lifen, who was also sealed. She had already prepared for the invasion of the Heaven Will world. However, she needed the right time for the invasion, and according to divination, the best time would be a few generations later. As such, she sealed herself to pass the time and wait for her husband's reincarnation. Wang Wei checked on the others, like Kai Song, and as expected, they were already sealed as well. So he teleported to the only acquaintance waiting for him, Tai Gang. You're finally here, Tai Gang said. Is there a reason you've waited for so long? I think one of my clones could have helped you reincarnate, Wang Wei said as he sat opposite him and calmly received the wine he served. I figure the more powerful you become, the easier it would be for me to reincarnate without any problems and maybe accelerate the process. Do you have something in mind? It has to be the Myriad Emperor world, a top supreme land so that I don't completely start from scratch, and it would be best to be in the next 50 generations. Wang Wei nodded before looking in the distance. His eyes rotated between black and white as he activated his Samsara Dao. I have a spot for you in the 12th generation. So close? Taigeng asked. Yes. The competition is intense, but no one from the sect will compete. And you want to encounter people like Suya and Di Jiaying. That sounds perfect, Taigeng nodded, unable to contain his excitement. The Iron Fist dynasty was about to see the light of day again. This time, it was more brilliant than anyone could have ever imagined. Then it's decided, Wang Wei agreed before they touched wine bowls. Thank you for your years of servitude. He remembered how he chose to spare and recruit Taigeng on a whim, and over the years, the latter had proven to be a worthy investment. Thank you for investing in me, for never treating me differently because of my background, and for being magnanimous about my reincarnation, Taigeng toasted. His life has been exciting and rewarding, and he owed all of it to his boss. I hope the next time we meet we can work together again as partners, Wang Wei declared, and these words pleased Taigeng. Once they finished drinking, Wang Wei helped him with his reincarnation. Firstly, Taigeng had to strip away his inner world and lose his immortality. Afterward, Wang Wei guided his soul to reincarnation, ensuring he kept his memories, his innate talent, an artifact for protection, and Chen Tong's sermon that he engraved on his soul. Lastly, he protected the secret dimensions that Taigeng left that contained the resources he needed to rise. Wang Wei even added a little bit to them. He did not give Taigeng a title as he did for Wang Ju, because the latter would have too much karmic connection with him if he did so. However, he did bless him with some non-karmic binding luck to ensure his success in the next life. Once that was done, Wang Wei's next destination was the Heavenly Tree Village. Wang Wei did not show up but remained invisible as he observed. This village was now a top Dao lineages, and probably the strongest of its kind due to the world tree seed he granted them. Their minimalist lifestyle, in which cultivators lived and blended to refine the Dao heart, became the core of their lineage, resulting in mortal crafts and arts flourishing in that village. After observing for a while, he teleported to a secret dimension with an ancestral shrine for him. After so long, the village still considered him one of its founders and held worshipping ceremonies occasionally. He smiled as he looked at his handsome picture on the shrine. He first lit incense before leaving a hidden top-tier emperor array for the village. No one would know of it, and it would only activate in an emergency. With the protection of the Dao opening sect, no one would dare mess with the village after knowing its origin. However, he wanted to give them additional protection in case something went wrong. Wang Wei teleported away, and not long after, the disciples watching the shrine immediately noticed the incense and warned the village elders. They figured out what had happened, so they held another celebration for the founding ancestor. Wang Wei's next destination before returning home was to check on the Hell Court and the heaven-devouring emperor. After ensuring no problems, he teleported home, where his mother, father, Li Jun and Yan Liling were waiting. I knew this day would come, but I can't help but be saddened once it arrived, Yu Yan said, embracing her son. This is only a short separation. Time will fly by before you even notice. For us maybe, Yu Yan sobbed. The family started their last dinner together. This is for you, Wang Wei said as he handed his mother a space ring. What's this? My Grand Dao Source Tree. You can use it for now and just hand it over to the sect before you ascend. Don't you need it? It's useless to me, and it would be better to get another one in the upper dimension than spend so much time elevating this one to tier 11. And that's for you. Wang Tian looked at the small sphere that contained a golden man that resembled him, as if it was a perfect copy. Is that the limit-breaking deity? Yes. I've condensed it from all the stories and myths across all world communities. It's technically done, but I recommend you feed it more incense before using it. I will. Finally, this is yours, Wang Wei stated as he handed Li Jun a black crown. From now on, you're the Earth Emperor of the lower dimension. Unfortunately, I can't give you the human or heavenly emperor position. That's more than enough. Wang Wei smiled as he saw how Yan Liling was silently pouting in the corner, while ruthlessly biting into her food. You can also use the tree, said Yu Yan, and she nodded. Wang Wei chuckled. I've talked to the world tree. It will give you some leaves and other parts for pill materials. She will also help you in your role as guardian, but only in an emergency. Really? Her eyes immediately lit up. The world tree was tier 11, meaning an Empyrean rank material. Yes, and remember, the tree is the last line of protection I've left for all of you. I doubt anything will happen in the lower dimension, but in case of a catastrophe or unknown threat, it will fight to its final breath to protect or send you away. However, the tree technically does not belong to any faction, so it can only be used for emergencies. We understand. The family chose to change the subject while they continued their small banquet. I can't believe how far we've come, Yiyan commented. Indeed. After Heavenly Tao blocked the path of Supreme, our generation despaired. Who knew we would raise the greatest emperor in the lower dimensions history, and experience the most brilliant era in the next generation? If only mother and father were here to experience everything, Yiyan sighed. Have they reincarnated yet? Not yet, but their destination has been set, Wang Wei replied. It's somewhere in the upper dimension. I can't tell for sure until I ascend. It's good that they have a destination, she nodded. What about my father? Wang Tian asked. Still nothing, but he should be fine, Wang Wei reassured him. The dinner soon ended, and Li Jun followed Wang Wei to see his concubine Su Ai. Wang Wei took this opportunity to nourish his niece/nephew with his grand Dao source, and even added a blood nourishment for the child to ensure it turned into an absolute monster. Once that was done, he spent the next 500 years with his family, traveling to different places worldwide. However, their tourist tour soon turned into a food tour, as Wang Wei hoped he could find food on par or close to his wife for his body cultivation, since he had used all the reserves. Sadly, he only discovered one barely adequate dish. Finally, Wang Wei entered a short 10-year retreat before his ascension. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1202 Ascension Finale. Wang Wei, who was completely naked, opened his eyes from his chamber. His body had tattoos from his face to his toes. With a thought, the tattoos became alive and rushed into his head or sea of consciousness. All preparations are done, he muttered before dressing and standing up. He gazed at his cultivation room, knowing this would be the last time. Should I leave this room for the sect? As a place had used to cultivate since he proved the Tao, this place was precious due to his aura and Tao rhyme. Forget it. I already left them enough. He had already drastically increased the sect's foundation, including leaving a blood pool from his blood essence to nourish future body cultivators. They did not need any more. However, I should also leave a rule to prevent these future heavenly emperors from taking away the room. Additionally, this room will become even more valuable as more emperors use it. Once he's gone, he won't be able to control some of these people's greed. Wang Wei pointed at the room to leave his power. He also condensed a talisman that would allow the Tao opening sect to secretly use this room when no one is occupying the court. Let's also leave it in a written record, Wang Wei muttered. He already created the test to determine whether someone can inherit his position, and his trial is even more challenging than true heavenly Taos. He had set specific precedents for his successors, and now, he was adding the rules of leaving the room untouched. Wang Wei left his room and started walking through the court. A feeling of nostalgia hit quite hard all of a sudden. As he walked to the residence of the immortals and former emperors, he could not lament one of his few failures during his reign. Few people chose to live in the court despite his best efforts. After Su Shi moved in, the situation improved, but it never reached the level Wang Wei wished for. It seemed those people were determined not to sleep next to a tiger. Maybe mom and dad will have a higher success rate, he thought before gazing at old man Tianji in one of the court's rooms. He was now in a state of semi-consciousness that there were not as many emperors or gods to share the burden of world source. He also needed to keep himself from being eroded by heavenly Tao. With him as a sample, I can extrapolate much information about Supreme Unity's current state, Wang Wei thought before walking to the garden. This place was his favorite, and he took particular care of it by gathering the most beautiful flowers in the endless void and perfectly arranging them. Still as soothing as I remember, he commented. Wang Wei spent a few hours in the garden, knowing it would be his last. Finally, he teleported him to say goodbye. I'm worried about him, Wang Wei heard his mother saying. There is no need. Our son is someone blessed and loved by fate. Although he will suffer a little, he will be fine eventually. That's not my main concern. I fear he'll lose himself and his humanity without us tethering him. That is indeed concerning. However, he'll have our daughter-in-law and the ancestors to keep him grounded. You're probably right, but I can't help but overthink. Wang Wei smiled and waited a while before making his presence known. He hugged his family after entering, and his mother immediately started tearing up. I promised myself I wouldn't cry, but look at me. Like I said, the blink of an eye, Wang Wei stated. I know. After hugging for a while, they separated. However, Wang Wei detected a few people outside. Come in. Origin 1, Sword 1, and a few others entered the room. Wang Wuqing said you might leave without saying goodbye, so we came here as soon as we sensed your presence. Wang Wei sighed. Wang Wuqing was correct since he did not like partings. How can you leave without seeing us? This is probably the last time we'll ever see each other, Sword 1 complained. Because it will not be, Wang Wei answered. I'll come see you again with a projection after becoming a Paragon. And if one day I can reach that level and have some freedom, I won't mind taking all of you with me to the upper dimension. Thank you, Sect Master. We will patiently wait for that day. Origin 1 stated before cupping his hands to salute. Everyone followed him, and Wang Wei nodded to receive it. Everyone swiftly left after saying a few words. It's time, Wang Wei said to his parents. Take care, honey. Son, I have no words or advice because I know whatever you do, you'll make me and our family proud. Wang Wei gave them one last hug before walking out of the mansion. He had to plan for a flashy ascension, and planned for a normal and underwhelming one. However, some people had other plans. The sky suddenly changed, becoming purple. A golden chariot drawn by two Qilin rushed from the sky with a rainbow underneath its feet as a path. It landed before Wang Wei, who sighed internally. I guess I should be honored that true heavenly Tao is going to such lengths for my ascension. He then activated the heaven-deceiving array, which he engraved on his body to its full power before entering the chariot. The Qilin led him into the sky, and the vision spread to every corner of the lower dimension. Golden lotus bloom above every world, followed by projections of sages, wise men, immortals, and even emperors bowing to the sky. Heavenly or Tao music echoed between heaven and earth, soothing the mind of all sentient beings. Everyone received the news of Wang Wei's ascension. So they all bowed and uttered, "Safe journey to the Supreme Emperor." These words echoed across space-time, all worlds, and dimensions connected to the endless void. Although many people were secretly happy that that monster had finally left, no one allowed their personal feelings to affect this moment. Everyone showed their respect, no matter how they might have felt. Our clan is truly blessed to give birth to such a being, Origin 1 muttered as he watched the chariot disappear. Not far from him, in a small but elegant pavilion, an elderly man opened a book and started writing. Heavenly Emperor Era, year 567,908. The Supreme Emperor ascended with a golden chariot that descended from heaven, bringing an end to possibly the greatest generation of this world and the lower dimensions history. A brief history of a few significant emperors of the Heavenly Emperor Era. In the second generation, the Supreme Emperor's father, Wang Tian, proved the Tao with absolute force and became the Absolute Cut Emperor. He ruled over the court with his wife, the Eternal Darkness Empress. Many people believed their reigns would be uneventful and unmemorable, that they would ride on their son's success. However, everything changed when the Sword Tao River and the Darkness World were created. The Absolute Cut Emperor gathered the sword intent, sword wills, and sword skills of all sword cultivators since the dawn of time, and placed them in one place, the Sword Tao River. His actions boosted the strength and popularity of Sword Tao to an even higher peak, while also making the ultimate sword path the orthodox way by replacing the extreme sword path. Meanwhile, Everyone else benefited from the willpower and Tao heart tempering from the darkness world. The exciting thing about this creation was that it could absorb the darkness from somebody's mind and body, making them a better person, which would help them in their cultivation. These creations made the reign of these two widely successful, and future emperors followed in their footsteps. The third generation was a fierce competition between Suya and Di Jiaying, and Suya was the final winner, becoming the sole desire empress. Her legacy was controversial. She created the 6 Desire 7 Emotions pillars, another tool to help cultivate the Tao heart by regulating emotions. This invention could be said to be even better than Shiner at dealing with the affairs of the heart. However, it did not only help regulate emotions but also lost in them. So many lives, including emperors, lost themselves due to the lust pillar, which allowed them to experience the wildest sexual fantasies imaginable. The 4th emperor was Di Jiaying. She washed her karma from the rewards in the Heaven Chosen's list and fought in the next generation. Her reign was terrible by all historical accounts. She was a tyrant, so she did not share resources and took almost everything herself. Besides a few lineages that she respected or feared due to their predecessors, she screwed everybody. Even in her banquet, she forced people to attend and charged a fee. The exciting thing is that the Di clan never stops supporting her despite how many enemies she has made. There were many revolts in her reign, but she suppressed all of them. Many people asked the Tao opening sect to sanction or something, but since she did not touch their benefit, the sect remained neutral. The 5th generation only had a note in history because that person was the first non-true eternal emperor, and that reign was peaceful and uneventful. The 6th generation crowned the Heavenly Tree Emperor from the Heavenly Tree Village. His legacy was 3,800 world trees, all fused with a world community to ensure the spatial integrity of these worlds, and the entire lower dimension. The 7th generation emperor originated from the Wu clan, or the Origin Rune Palace. He was the first emperor and eternal of the totem path. His legacy was pushing totem marking as a new profession. The 10th generation emperor was the Nightmare Empress, Dong Lifen. Before proving the Tao, she single-handedly conquered a heaven will, socking the world. Although it was a newly ascended heaven will world, it was still a shock. Her legacy was the creation of 2 new species, the Dream and Nightmare race, with heavenly Tao's blessing. Additionally, she created the Nightmare world, which absorbed the evil and negativity of the lower dimension before fusing them with her own dream world. Her actions, inspired by the effect of the darkness world, essentially purified the lower dimension from evil, negativity, and energy. During her reign, people were the happiest and the most morally upright, and cultivation was truly enjoyable due to a clear mind. The 11th generation made history because they were the first emperors to fail the Supreme Emperor's trial, and could not sit on that throne despite being a fairly powerful pseudo-eternal. The 12th generation saw the birth of the first emperor and eternal, not from a top lineage. The Iron First Emperor, whose identity was eventually revealed as one of the Supreme Emperor's generals, Tai Gang, proved the Tao and created the Iron Fist dynasty. His legacy was the vibration world, a dimension not ruled by laws but by countless strings in which each vibration corresponds to a Tao or some aspect of reality. The Iron Fist Emperor asked the world to help create some of these strings. Once it was created, some people felt cheated since he left the vibration world as a foundation for his dynasty. However, these voices were a minority since the Iron Fist Emperor did not hide the fact that this was a private creation he asked for help with. The Heavenly Emperor era was long and gave birth to countless brilliant talents, including the Ultimate Puppet Empress, the Spear Domination Emperor, the Time-Skipping Emperor, and the resurgence of the Crimson Blood Emperor and the Pill Sage Empress. And those were merely the brilliant ones from the Myriad Emperor world, which gave birth to the most unique emperors. However, a few other worlds also gave birth to emperors with great legacies. End of volume. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1203. The Destined One's arrival. Emperor Kong, dressed in scholarly clothes, was preaching to 3 people, Lin Fan, Su Shi, and his son, Bai Hai. It was a privilege for these three to receive sermons from such a cultivator. Except Su Shi, who had the fortune to receive one from a top-of-the-line Paragon. Then, Emperor Kong suddenly stopped and looked in the distance with a frown. Father, is something wrong? He's here. Who? The Destined One. The one who will end this terrible era. You're talking about Wang Wei? Lin Fan asked. Most likely, Emperor Kong nodded. All information he's learned about Wang Wei showed that this particular destiny went to him, but he could not confirm this fact 100% until he met the latter. How do you know he's here? Bai Hai asked. I noticed a slight shift to the world's destiny. A sign that fate has started its machination. Then what should we do? Bai Hai asked. Tell me what you think first. We can prepare to contact him secretly. Found out what he's planning and how to respond, Bai Hai suggested, and Emperor Kong nodded. Lin Fan. Our first priority should be the upcoming chaos. Many other factions should have noticed his arrival, and their response would have been of three possibilities: remain neutral, ally with him, or kill him, and the people wishing to kill him are not just the enemy but people with ambition who want to take the destiny from him. However, regardless of how these factions react, the current chaos and turmoil will drastically intensify, so we need to prepare to deal with that first. Emperor Kong nodded, not adding any comment. Su Shi? While they both make excellent points, they fail to see the crux of the problem. Our main priority is how to prevent Wang Wei from swallowing our foundation. Lin Fan was listening, but Bai Hai frowned. Aren't you exaggerating? This is not the lower dimension. The situation here is complex, and he cannot rely on his Sect since they are sealed and are under constant watch. Tell me what's on your mind, and no need to mince your words. Emperor Kong encouraged. Yes, Academy Master, Su Shi nodded. Since Wang Wei ascended, it can only mean one thing. He succeeded in becoming an Empyrean in the lower dimension. Emperor Kong squinted. Su Shi had already told him this news, and he initially thought such a thing was impossible. However, after hearing all the advantages Wang Wei had and all the merit Su Shi arrived with, he had to believe it. He achieved the taboo battle realm in the lower dimension, meaning as an Empyrean, he's most likely already tenfold. Even if he's not, his strength is at least between 8 to 9-fold, meaning his combat power is already at the top of the current political climate, Su Shi continued. From what I know about his character and behavior, he will have three main goals during his time here. The first is to increase his strength, so he should plan on achieving tenfold, or even the taboo battle realm. The second will be on how to fulfill his destiny as smoothly as possible, and thirdly, how to benefit his faction in the process. Our main concern is the third goal. Su Shi paused, thinking how to word her thoughts. Wang Wei is a very charismatic individual, and it's to a horrifying level. In the lower dimension, he had to worry about the balance mechanism, so he could not expand the Dao opening sect without restraint. He does not have this limit here. He will create his power and make allies to fulfill his destiny. However, with his personality, he will swallow these allies and turn them into his own foundation. If we decide to work with him, our priority is retaining our sovereignty and not being swallowed. And believe me when I say this task will be harder than you expect. The room was quiet, leaving Emperor Kong to his thoughts. He took Su Shi's words seriously for two reasons. Firstly, she was friends with Wang Wei and knew him the best out of everyone present. Secondly, he understood how scary a Dao overlord was during a time of chaos and strife. Such periods of instability are the perfect ground for them to grow and wreak havoc. It seems like we must make early preparations, Emperor Kong uttered. Origin Seal Continent. Wu Hong opened her eyes to look in the distance, lost in thought. Are you happy that your husband is here? Roared a distant voice. She shook her head and sealed the room before continuing her retreat. Heavenly Beauty Palace was an enormous palace floating on the clouds. A pair of phoenix eyes suddenly opened, and walked out of the room to gaze over the balcony. So you're finally here? I wonder what kind of person you are. Maybe we'll meet at my celebration. She muttered before sending news that her celebration would be in advance. The exact date is 500,000 years from today. Dao opening sect. A young disciple was dozing off in a large dimension full of statues when he suddenly felt something. He woke up to gaze at the podium before him. The podium was divided into 4 layers. The lowest layer contained the most statues, and the top contained only 4. The disciple looked at the second layer as a new golden statue rapidly formed. Gold in the second layer? An everlasting Empyrean? Who in the sect made a breakthrough? As he was about to report this change, the disciple felt dizzy and passed out. An elderly man appeared in this dimension and looked at the statue. "He's finally here," he muttered before pointing at the statue and making it disappear. He then gazed at the disciple and, with one thought, erased his memory. Wang Wei's arrival was felt by the entire world, causing a small commotion that would soon snowball into an avalanche. Meanwhile, he had just arrived at an unknown location and finished witnessing his chariot disappearing. "No attack, so that's good news," Wang Wei muttered as he looked around him. He was on high alert during the entire ordeal. He looked at the sky, and his lips twitched. The world's destiny has shifted, meaning everyone with decent cultivation knows him here. Well, no, the Destined One is here. He looked around and scanned his surroundings. Am I on a planet? No, this entire area is a starry sky universe. Alright, let's adapt to this place first. He took one step to teleport to a sun a few trillion light years away, and created a cultivation cave. This place's space is so strong. More importantly, it felt alive as it was constantly fighting against my teleportation, Wang Wei commented. More importantly, the effect of my time acceleration array has drastically decreased compared to the lower dimension. He sighed before entering a deep state of cultivation, and immediately felt a difference. The energy called Dao Qi in the environment is an excellent boost for comprehension. Does it exist to balance the lower effect of time acceleration? Honestly, I would rather have my formation. The adapting process was extremely short, so short that Wang Wei did not need a formation. He spent 3 months adapting, and 3 minutes passed outside. The good news is my cultivation is now 78%. This should be the benefit of first-time ascendees. It's a shame my body is too powerful, and there were no effects. Not that I could use it if there were. Wang Wei was now in the 3rd heaven of the adult fiend god realm, and once he reached the 4th, he needed to pass this realm's tribulation. Right now he was not prepared for that. Wang Wei stood up, and was about to leave when he stopped himself and frowned. A terrifying divine sense was scanning the area. No, not the area. The entire world, Wang Wei thought as he observed. The divine sense passed through him as if he had never existed, and Wang Wei was not surprised. He was a fateless, meaning it was extremely hard to deduce or divine any information about him. Additionally, he had the protection of the heaven-deceiving array, the effect of his spirit flower ability, and his 10-fold battle realm indicated he was very close to the Paragon realm in power, the protection of his golden body of merit, and the protection of fate or destiny. This divine sense is not someone who's in the lower tier of the Paragon realm, so it's most likely the world of the Time Eater, Wang Wei analyzed. Did he come back, only use his divine sense from the outside? Or was this some kind of mechanism he already left in place? Wang Wei did not have an answer, but he did know that there was not much time for him. The good news is neither Mithria nor Supreme Unity suddenly appeared out of nowhere and obliterated me, he thought. However, what is this odd feeling? Wang Wei closed his eyes as he felt a deep connection somewhere far away. At first, he thought it was his connection to his wife, but upon focusing, he realized the connection seemed out of reach. Is that my connection to Earth? He was right as he now sensed a deep connection to somewhere in primordial chaos, which could only be the prehistoric world. It seems I was too weak before. The isolation of the lower dimension should have also helped. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1204. Let's start. Wang Wei had a moment of nostalgia as he thought of his life on Earth. He had a few regrets from there, so he would love the chance to make it up. However, his current connection had no real purpose or ability. Maybe I can send a projection through the connection after becoming a paragon. Anyway, I might need answers from Hongjun, and it's not a good idea to show up with my real body. He composed himself before planning his next move. However, something bothered him: Supreme Unity's lack of action. He controlled himself to focus on the task at hand. Firstly, he needed basic information on where he was, so he teleported to a planet with life. Wang Wei was heading to a nearby city and noticed people staring at him. He thought people had recognized it for a moment despite his changed appearance before realizing it was because humans were scarce in this part of the world. So he changed his aura to that of a demon. This is the blood dragon's territory? Wang Wei thought as he ate. The food was delicious, but he could tell this place relied on good ingredients instead of cooking techniques or unique spice combinations. Should I start with him? He pondered briefly before giving up. He needed more information, and to establish himself before making any moves. Bang! "What the fuck did you say?" roared a man dressed in all black, a scar on his right eye, and releasing his aura of an emperor with a cultivation of 56%. His fierce gaze locked on a handsome young man at another table. "I'm not talking to you," the young man said calmly. "You dare call us dirty blood but don't have the balls to admit it." As soon as he uttered that word, many eyes focused on the young man, making him frown. "Like I said, I'm having a private conversation that does not involve you. I guess I should expect nothing less from an innate demon. You people are truly the greatest failure of heaven and earth." "What did you say?" the young man uttered with gritted teeth, releasing his aura as a 5-star premarch and cultivation on par with his opponent. "You heard me," replied the scared man before turning into a tiger with flame on its back. The young man turned into a green serpent with purple spikes running down its back. They opened their mouth to fire something. "Enough," said a cold voice before a phantom of a beautiful world manifested in the room, suppressing these two. These two finally remembered this restaurant belonged to a powerful Dao ruler. "If you want to fight, go somewhere else," said the cold voice. The two combatants' facial expressions turned grave, so they swiftly changed into their human forms. They stared at each other, but did not leave to fight. They returned to their table and continued eating. However, everyone could feel the tension in the air. The tension between the races under the blood dragon is so high. I guess that makes sense. In the past, the demon and innate demon gods were enemies, but now, they were forced to serve under one person. I could use this mistrust and hatred. The 5-feathered phoenix might also be interested in ruling over creatures with potent bloodlines, which can be another angle to create inner conflict between them. He finished his noodles before slowly walking out of the restaurant. He sensed a gaze, and after investigating, he discovered that only the shop owner was intrigued by why he was so calm during the altercation. The latter did not pursue further, so Wang Wei ignored him. He walked around the city, observing countless more fights between different races. He then teleported to a planet with a large human population, focusing on observing the mortals. The abundant energy in the environment means crops are plentiful, and diseases are rare. The average lifespan is more than 1,000 years, Wang Wei thought. The only advantage of a mortal civilization would be access to knowledge and a bit of power, but it's nothing in the grand scheme. The enlightening temples should be worth recreating. However, in the current political climax, it might be a catastrophe for mortals to have any form of power. Wang Wei knew he no longer had absolute power, meaning he could not force his will on all the cultivators of the world. Even after becoming a primal paragon, he won't have such power. As such, it's impossible to spread the enlightening temple throughout the world. And even if he did, many mortals would suffer as revenge from cultivators for daring to try to balance them. If we were in a peaceful world, I could probably spread them throughout the sect and its allies' territory, but that's it. Wang Wei grunted before teleporting away. He will need another method of gathering merit to replicate some of his success from the lower dimension. After checking a few things, he found the fortunate encounter with Luda before heading to the one the sect left for him. Wang Wei used his space Dao to navigate the complex spatial structure of the eternal Ascension world. He left his current area and bypassed countless more places, until he arrived at the destination he deduced. Wang Wei had a strange look as he observed where he was. This area was shaped like a cube world. each face being a comically large continent. His destination was Continent 5, and he teleported above a small hut next to a decent-sized farm field. An elderly man was plowing vigorously, not showing any signs of his age. This is it, your only remaining descendant. Lu Da's obsession manifested, and he looked at the elderly man with great sadness. He guessed his family was long dead, but seeing this person was the confirmation he hoped he never would receive. You're lucky you have any descendant at all, Wang Wei stated very callously. What do you want me to do? I can still give him the resources to start his cultivation journey. That's not necessary, Lu Da stated. As you said, I'm lucky someone survived after so long. There is no need to disturb his life. All right. Do you at least want me to bless him with a fate of love so he can continue your lineage? Lu Da hesitated briefly before nodding. Please do so. He pointed his finger to change the elderly man's fate line, ensuring he regained his vigor and found a young wife. Thank you. Lu Da bowed before rapidly dissipating. Wang Wei took the key and activated it. A portal swallowed him, and he found himself in a special dimension, staring at a grand black and gold palace. Someone already been there? After scanning the area, he discovered all the rooms except one was empty. A group of array masters were trying to open the last one. Wang Wei sighed as he should have expected this given how long ago this thing would have been created. With the key, he bypassed the formation and directly entered the last room. Wang Wei saw an entire world full of a glowing blue stone the size of a palm, and a formation hanging above the sky. Are those Dao sources? And they are all second rank, Wang Wei muttered as he scanned this vast world. He looked at the formation. This Dao Qi conversion array must have been working non-stop for trillions of yuan epochs. Wang Wei smiled as he was now a very wealthy Empyrean. After so long, even if one Dao source took a lot of time to condense, there was still a world worth of it. With this wealth, Wang Wei can use it to cultivate or buy resources for himself or his faction. This is a good start. He waved his hand to put everything away before teleporting. His next destination was the Sect's secret realm. He had to rely on his luck to find the hidden dimension, which only delayed things by a small margin. I feel I will like that they left for me, he muttered as he looked around. He was in a small room with a door before him. Before opening the door, he checked his surroundings for threats, and his eyes almost turned into money. This room was the same as the one he came from, full of Dao sources. The quantity was only 10% of the previous hall, which itself is a vast quantity, but this one was even more valuable because it contained purple stones, which are third-rank Dao sources that Paragons used for their cultivation. It's good to come from generational wealth, Wang Wei muttered with a grin. Without worrying too much about resources, he will be free to do as he pleases and not waste time. If this is just the first room, I can't wait to see what the other rooms contain. He walked to the second room with a smile on his face. The room was relatively empty, with only a seal and an information talisman. He checked, and it was a brief message. With this heaven seal, you can control the Mass Clan. They are a secret information agency of the sect with some fame. They are now yours to control and mold as you see fit. I guess I don't have to worry about the manpower for my new Fate Shadow Guards, Wang Wei thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1205 The Sect's Investment. Wang Wei walked into the next room, and he immediately noticed the 3 separate piles. He walked to the nearest one and saw countless artifacts and talismans, the weakest being immortal tears. Thousands of Emperor artifacts and hundreds of Empyrean artifacts, Wang Wei counted. And that's not counting the unrefined material. Wang Wei smiled as he now no longer had to worry about the material for his proving Dao artifact. His gaze shifted to 2 things at the center of the pile. It was hard to ignore them, given how they were the only thing levitating or releasing any lights. He immediately recognized one of these items as an information talisman, and the other resembled a piece of thick gray glass the size of his palm. The power of fate? He thought as he sensed the glass aura. He did not hesitate to receive the information in the talisman, which was more extensive than he expected. Luckily, such information was only a small burden to his soul, and only because he absorbed everything at once. An encyclopedia of all the eternal Ascension world's materials, ores, and spiritual herbs. It even includes unique materials in the source chi space and primordial chaos. Wang Wei nodded as this talisman once again saved him a lot of time. He also knew what the primary material floating before him was. Such a large piece of fate glass. The sect is indeed rich, he commented. Fate glass is a rare material created from condensing another rare material? Primal fate sand. With only this thing, I can elevate my artifact to the ultimate realm, meaning a boost of 2-fold. Although Wang Wei did not need the artifact to achieve a 10-fold battle realm, it would still be helpful, especially in the upper dimension, where powerful weapons or artifacts are even more valuable than before. Without heavenly Daos limitation, a top emperor can survive or fight an Empyrean with a tier 11 artifact. Of course, the backlash is also no joke. Wang Wei has already planned to find a way for his Proving Dao artifact to be on par with Paragon, so that it won't be a problem for him after achieving Taboo Realm again. He walked to the second pile, which contained pills of different varieties and levels. He put them away with a smile before walking to the last pile, a spiritual garden with raw herbs. Wang Wei realized the garden itself was a supreme innate treasure used to accelerate the cultivation of all kinds of herbs, including Emperor and Empyrean tier. Wang Wei walked to the third room, which was a vast library with countless cultivation techniques. 34 items floated in the middle of the room, one of which was a note that read, "These bastards have complete control over the Myriad Temple record, so we left these cultivation systems for you in case you need them. We also chose the 33 best and most unique scriptures from our sect for you." Wang Wei had heard of the Myriad Temple record, a place that housed all the cultivation systems of the eternal Ascension world. Its fundamental purpose was the same thing Wang Wei did in the lower world with the dream world, which allowed people to find the most suited cultivation systems for them by having access to other world communities. Wang Wei checked out these 33 scriptures, and was surprised to find the ones from all 9 origin emperors from the lower dimension. He randomly took the Rainbow Emperor's scripture and flipped through it. It's different. No, it should be the new improvised version after she became a paragon, Wang Wei commented. Although this scripture only contained the Empyrean part, it was valuable to him. Wang Wei then immediately checked the ancient desolate body refining scripture, and as expected, it indeed was the upgraded version. Using a physical manifestation of the entire world to temper and strengthen the body? I didn't expect him to go this route. However, it seems to be a method to reduce resources by exchanging hard work and pain, meaning it's also good at tempering willpower. I could turn this technique into a cultivation bloodline technique. Wang Wei wanted to continue using bloodline for his body cultivation because, with the right bloodline, he only needed enough resources and time for him to grow. The new desolate body refining will further accelerate the process. He checked all the other primary scriptures. As the note stated, they were all unique and worth learning from. So he put everything away before walking to the next room. Whoever designed this place is a little dramatic. Couldn't they just place everything in one room? Wang Wei complained as he entered the fourth room. He looked around and saw 5 items, 2 puppets, 2 artifacts, and 1 talisman. The aura in these artifacts made his treasured eyes shine. He walked to them, found notes before these things, and read them. The first puppet is your Dao protector. Unfortunately, our sect is under intense gaze, so we could only provide you with a Paragon puppet with 90% strength. However, it is designed to burn itself to increase its power in an emergency, so use it appropriately. Wang Wei looked at this puppet, and it looked indistinguishable from a normal human. He even checked with his divine sense, could not tell it was a puppet, and only noticed it after using other abilities. I can't believe I would have another Dao protector in my life, Wang Wei thought. He shook his head before continuing with the note. The second puppet is a death substitute puppet, a longevity treasure to save your life. They went all out, Wang Wei thought, genuinely surprised. He had his reservations about the sect's help for 2 reasons. Firstly, He worried they would not treat him so well because the ancestors were not there, and he was just an Empyrean from the lower dimension. He guessed they would treat him because of his talent and achievement, but not to this extent. The second and primary reason is the Tao opening sect's motto of not cuddling geniuses. He thought that with those rules, they would have provided him with the basics and left him to his own device. He turned to look at the first artifact, a small black gold armor with a metal ball floating next to it, all encased in a white ball slightly larger than his palm. This is the Black Dragon armor set, a supreme chaos treasure left for you. Be careful that the burden and backlash of using such a weapon is heavy despite being way less than any Paragon artifact. Wang Wei's eyes shine. With this thing, I may be able to fight a weaker Paragon for a short period. He smiled before focusing on the second artifact. So familiar, he thought as he looked at the turtle shell. This is the Boshian turtle shell, another supreme chaos treasure for divination. I believe this should work well with your Tao. Wang Wei smiled brightly. Whoever designed this is very meticulous. He looked at the last item, the talisman. A Tier 12 void-rushing talisman to run away against these parasites. I don't think I need to say this, but there is no shame in running away. Pick your battles since your life matters more than even this so-called destiny. And once again, use this with caution. Wang Wei put everything away before walking to the last room. This one contained a note and a talisman. Sadly, this is all the help we can currently provide. However, the situation is truly dire, and you have no more hope or options. You can return to the sect, and we will protect you, even at the cost of our destruction. We have held back ourselves and endured the humiliation ever since these people came to power. But if they push us too far, we do not mind dying in a blaze of glory. What a powerful will, Wang Wei thought. He could tell the person who wrote this note truly felt this way. Although it was not guaranteed that this was the whole sect's attitude, it was still impressive. Lastly, the talisman contained ways for you to contact us. You only need to leave a mark at these recorded locations, and we will find a way to bypass our surveillance and contact you. Wang Wei checked the talisman, and it contained many areas all over the world considered safe spots to initiate contact. I don't plan to drag you guys into this, so you may have hope of plausible deniability in case everything goes wrong. Wang Wei thought as he annihilated this secret dimension, leaving no traces. He then used his power to remove all invisible and undetectable traces, before teleporting away. His next destination was to find the Mask Clan. He needed to know how capable these guys were, and whether there would be any trouble by using them. Then he would reunite with Wang Qi and the Fate Shadow Guards to start enacting his plan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1206 Who to target first? Wang Wei's destination was near the Chu Divine Dynasty's area of control, which was the primary base of the development of the Mask Clan. However, as soon as Wang Wei landed, he immediately discovered an intense surveillance. Myriad invisible ghosts patrolled the area, keeping track of everyone they saw. This is on the fringe of their territory. I didn't expect them to have so many eyes, Wang Wei thought. From what he knew, this world was once divided into 13 firmaments that corresponded to the 13 overlords. However, after the rise of the 2 suns and 7 moons, the world was not divided into 9. However, even in the era of the 13 overlords, they could not completely control their territories due to how vast the world was. The situation of the 7 moons should have been worse as large stretches of their territories were unoccupied or left alone. The current area was one of them, meaning the Chu Divine Dynasty should not have had much influence. Are they desperate to find me? Or, just looking for anyone who opposes their power? Wang Wei calmly thought. No, the Blood Dragon's territory was not under much scrutiny, so this must be purely related to the Earth Emperor. Did he learn about my status as an Earth Emperor, and is desperately looking for him? Wang Wei was not surprised someone purposely or accidentally revealed his titles and achievements from the lower dimension. He expected it and even allowed it to happen as it could be used for his plan to deal with the Earth Emperor. The more desperate he is to become a true Earth Emperor, the easier it will be to manipulate him. Wang Wei sneered before heading to his destination. Despite the current situation, the masked clan was well hidden in another dimension. Wang Wei quickly found them with the help of the Heaven Seal. "Who are you?" A man appeared before him, wearing black skin-tight clothes and a mask covering his face, including the eyes. He was on high alert with two short swords underneath his wrist. Wang Wei calmly looked at him. Although the man looked alone, his eyes saw hundreds of invisible people already surrounding him. "Their response is quick, and their invisible technique is excellent," he commented. "However, from their aura, it's obvious these guys haven't experienced much fighting in a long time. I hope this is just the group in charge of guarding their base." He calmly took out the seal. "The Heaven Seal," said the visible man, his voice full of horror, excitement, and uncertainty. "Someone go notify the Patriarch." Wang Wei continued observing while waiting. The unique aura of creation life form is gone from these people, which can only happen if their creator dies/grants them their freedom, and spends years breeding with non-creation lives. A few seconds later, a middle-aged man dressed in a black gold robe rushed toward Wang Wei, and he immediately frowned as this so-called patriarch also did not have the aura of someone who had experienced much blood. "Lord Emissary, you're finally here. After so long, we thought the sect had abandoned us," said the well-dressed man, almost kneeling to Wang Wei. "What do I call you?" "My name, no title, is Prime Mask." "Good name," Wang Wei nodded. "Thank you. I'm glad your clan is still loyal," Wang Wei continued, looking at him intensely. The Dao opening sect did not leave any restrictions on these people because their purpose for existing was to have unaffiliated eyes not connected to the sect. As such, they did not leave controlling measures to prevent anyone from being suspicious after discovering this fact. Of course, the sect used other means, like countless epochs of brainwashing and proving resources. Sadly, after the ultimate taboo and being forced to be sealed, these other unaffiliated factions had the opportunity to rebel. Prime Mask felt a deep cold rushing through his veins and soul. We would never forsake our creator." "I hope so," Wang Wei nodded. "Summon all the clan members, and I mean everyone. Those in important missions or assignments that cannot be left unattended must send a projection, or a valid explanation. They have a week." "I understand. I'll do it immediately," said Prime Mask. "Good. Give me a private room to rest." The Patriarch personally led Wang Wei to a quiet room and bowed down before leaving. Wang Wei ignored the people secretly watching his room, and was left deep in thought. Although the Mask clan appeared subpar in the fighting area, even though one of their areas of expertise should have been assassination, he was satisfied with their acquisition because of their unique ability, skin assimilation. The original Mask clan members were born in an invisible and intangible state. They took form only after taking another creature's skin, thus inheriting that creature's face, memory, aura, ability, and even bloodline. However, after years of breeding and evolution, they were all born looking like humans but with the skin assimilation ability. Additionally, they can train themselves to enter a state of invisibility. Their ability will blend perfectly with the Fate Shadow Guard's method, Wang Wei thought. His guard can steal someone's fate, so adding this skin assimilation ability was a double insurance. While waiting for everyone's arrival, Wang Wei summoned the Black Dragon armor set and dropped his blood in it to recognize it as its master, followed by using his soul to imprint on the artifact. He did the same for all the others. Once he was done, he summoned the Death Substitute puppet, deep in thought. "I now have 2 extra lives, so maybe I should be a little more reckless," Wang Wei thought. He pondered the benefit of sacrificing one of those lives to directly attack the base of one of these parasites. What are the pros and cons of such a move? Wang Wei thought. I can use such an attack to force them to return or send a projection. This is the best way to discover how deep the foundation of these people is. My guards can even use the chaos opportunity to infiltrate their faction's upper echelons. As for the cons, I can only use this tactic once and will reveal my strength and trump cards, which is not necessarily bad since I will have to reveal it eventually. The issue is whether revealing them so early is the right move. Wang Wei was lost in thought, thinking of more pros and cons. For example, his actions will make rallying people behind his cause easier after having a significant reputation. After all, just being the destined one is not enough. A con of this action would be that neutral and more conservative factions would be more reluctant to follow him due to his radical actions and movements. Overall, this seems to be the perfect way to announce my presence to the world and get things moving, Wang Wei concluded. Now the question is which one to attack. With a thought, he created a chessboard with 10 carved pieces. A Buddha, one floating eye, an hourglass, a red dragon, a multicolored phoenix, a black phoenix, a king in a black crown, a lightning bolt, a monk laughing lasciviously, and a Taoist priest. Disaster is not part of the equation. Wang Wei flipped the lightning bolt to its size before stopping. Maybe I can turn him to my side. He put the lightning bolt to the side. He then separated the Buddha and I from the rest, as they were not in consideration. He looked at the board for a while before picking up the hourglass. Time Eater is the greatest threat, making him an ideal candidate since I would love to strip off all that mystery. However, the only way I would have a chance to confront him would be to achieve Taboo Battle Realm and unlock all my soul powers and willpower. Wang Wei could now use his soul power and willpower for an extended period with his current cultivation realm and fleshly body cultivation. However, there was still something stopping him. Karma backlash. Whatever he did in the void amassed him a severe amount of karma, which was not wholly washed off even after reincarnation. Let's eliminate Time Eater for now, he thought before putting the piece back. He observed the board for a while before sighing. He looked at the Buddha and the eye, focusing on the former. Ultimately, none of my plans are useful without knowing on which side she stands, Wang Wei thought. He could plan as he wants, but the game is over as long as one of the two sons interferes. Before anything else, I must meet Mithriya to gauge her personality, thoughts, goals, and allegiance. He understood that he was only alive now because of her protection. Although he did not like this fact, it was true. Despite knowing this, he also needed to know what kind of person she was and her possible motive. Otherwise, he might become a pawn she used to deal with these parasites and supreme unity. In that case, my first move is to talk to her, he thought firmly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1207 Revelations. Now that he had made a decision, Wang Wei needed to think how to approach her. He could try to hide in the source chi space and send a projection, but since he can navigate that thing, he did not think that a half-step transcendence could not do the same. Should I use the plan I have for supreme unity? No, this plan requires a lot of preparation, and I need more information to determine whether it can even succeed, Wang Wei thought. In the end, he decided to take the risk. The power difference was too vast, and his cultivation was weak, limiting much of his options. So he must take the risk and enter the lion's den. As for how he will meet Mithriya, the answer was simple. He only needed to find a Buddhist temple and say her name. Wang Wei did not believe for a second these two did not have ways to contact or influence the world during their fight. That's why he stayed away from Taoism, and left them as the last piece to dispose of. Wang Wei stood up, looking into the distance. If he could get Mithriya's support, he would have more freedom and less restraint on his actions. If she's his enemy and plans to use him as a pawn, he can prepare now. In the worst-case scenario, she determined him an unstable factor and decided to eliminate me, Wang Wei thought. If that happens, the only move I can make is to try to summon Hongjun for help. Wang Wei grunted, not liking how he had to rely on others for his survival. However, his current weak self cannot be helped. In fact, he has other options, for example, accepting his status as a fate seed. As long as he does, he believes fate or even Grand Tao will somehow guarantee his survival. However, he would rather die than become their puppet. He no longer hesitated and teleported away. He needed peace of mind and to understand the complete picture of his situation. The sooner he does this, the more time he will have to prepare for all possibilities. It took him a few hours to teleport to his destination. That's how vast the world was. Of course, if he used the available teleportation arrays, the process would have been instant. However, Wang Wei was technically a fugitive and needed to be careful. He soon arrived at a monastery with a common name, White Lotus Temple. The abbot was an Empyrean, making this faction very powerful in the current political climate. However, Wang Wei did not feel the slightest danger, meaning they did not have any Paragon array or Tier 12 powers. An indication that their temple did not originate from an ancient lineage, and probably recently rose during this era. As Wang Wei looked at the temple, he thought, "Honger, this is the second time I'm risking my life because of you. The first time paid out, I hope the second time also does." His wife believed in Mithraya's innocence, and he believed in her. He quietly entered the core of the White Lotus Temple, where they preserved their luck-condensing artifact. The place was crowded with formations, but Wang Wei manipulated these formations into thinking he was their master, and had full access. He found himself in a room with a silver Buddha statue, and a White Lotus artifact floating above its palms. Wang Wei took a deep breath before bowing. "Mother Mithraea, I humbly request a meeting." As soon as his words finished, time paused around him for a few seconds before a woman appeared in the room. Wang Wei's first thought was that she was beautifully ordinary. Her visage was indeed beautiful, even heavenly, but her demeanor, presence, clothes, and aura were all ordinary. These two opposite concepts perfectly blended with her, and her very well-hidden noble, or holy presence. "I've been waiting to meet you for a while now," Mithraea said with a smile. "You were? You are very guarded against me." "I can't help myself, Your Excellency. Your strength and, well, reputation are not exactly signs that I should not be guarded," Wang Wei replied, observing everything around him, including every single subatomic particle in this room. Mithraea chuckled. "I would never hurt you. After all, you're technically my grandson." Wang Wei's body paused. He understood the tactic of saying outrageous things to throw an opponent off guard. But wasn't this too much? Could it be her flawed method of transcending that fried her mind and made her crazy? No, it can't be. There haven't been any signs. "No, I'm not crazy," Mithraea said, making Wang Wei's lips twitch. He controlled his emotions. "Then, what does your word mean?" A thought came to his mind, but he could not believe it. "You should know what happened to me that led to the corruption of Buddhism in the lower dimension. I only know that Li Bo used some means to divide your mind into two, your pure and devilish side. The consequences of those failures were more impactful than you can imagine," Mithraea stated. "In the process, I lost control of many of my true avatars." "That's possible. Although rare, it's possible under specific situations." Wang Wei grunted. "Then, the escaped avatars knew of their status, and most tried to escape my influence. One was highly successful in this endeavor, and became one of the prime Yama kings of the eternal Ascension world." Wang Wei detected a hint of pride in Mithraea's voice. The way she cultivated involved experiencing countless reincarnations, and one of her clones was Mao Yu, your grandmother. Wang Wei was officially speechless. Is this why she was born with such an unparalleled state of mind? Why couldn't I sense my grandfather's reincarnation? That's correct. It seems she acknowledged the relationship with your grandfather, and chose to train him herself. Our Wang clan is truly blessed, Wang Wei commented since he was still processing her words. Indeed, Mithraea nodded with profound eyes. It seems you have many questions. Ask away. From your tone, it appeared as if you never tried to recapture your avatars. Why? Wang Wei immediately asked. Li Ba's actions were a blessing in disguise. After I conquered my devil self, my spiritual practice reached another level. It's because of that event that I became a primal paragon. By then, I realized these avatars were now their own individual entity. A few had proven their Tao, and their imprint differed from mine. Even their existence was different, so I let them be. You're a better person than me, Wang Wei commented. He would have hunted these little bastards down and exiled them from this mortal coil. Many of them died fighting each other, Mithraea said with sadness. Some even tried to kill me to become the original. Had they realized they now had their own path and future, who knows what they could have achieved now? Wang Wei nodded before quieting down. You can ask, she reassured. Why did you do it? Mithria knew what he meant. She was innocent, as she contributed to how the current world situation developed into such a state. After we left the ultimate taboo, Supreme Unity and I reached a cultivation level that could be described as pseudo-half-step transcendence, Mithria calmly explained. If we wanted to reach that level truly, we needed the world to be highly peaceful, with no disturbance. We then worked together to eliminate all the paragons that did not participate in the taboo, and the other Tier 12 from other paths, and prevented anyone from reviving from limbo. Mithria sighed deeply. I would like to excuse my action by saying that I preserved the Tao imprint of all these paragons, but I still caused the deaths of countless people, including my own. Wang Wei had many thoughts, but he needed a quiet place to organize and digest them. What about these parasites? Any reason they were chosen? Originally, everyone should have been killed. However, just as we were about to eliminate Time Eater, he convinced us that we needed stewards to keep the world calm and orderly. He suggested most of the others because they were weak and incompetent but ambitious, making them easier to control. We agreed and chose someone from our factions to be part of this new council before retreating. By the time we finished, the situation became like this. The worst part is that Supreme Unity's personality has changed. He became colder and more indifferent, and reneged on our agreement. Agreement. We were supposed to reverse everything after the breakthrough, Mithria explained. Allow our old friend to return and share our progress. Share? You're willing to share such a technique? Wang Wei asked. Of course, Mithria replied without hesitation. I was stuck in the Paragon realm for a long time. Then, Wang Qishan appeared and told us about his plan. He organized the Second Origin War that summoned the ultimate taboo. Although there were some problems throughout everything, my newfound strength was the proof that the plan worked. I understood the need for communication and sharing ideas to walk further in the path of transcendence, so I never planned to hide the technique. But Supreme Unity did not share your idea? Wang Wei asked. He did not. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1208 Grandmother. He started acting as if everyone else was beneath him. Based on his words, he did not think these lowly creatures could help him in his path, and their purpose was to serve and worship him, Mithria explained. Do you think he was always like that, or did he suddenly change? Wang Wei asked. I don't know for sure, Mithria replied. Before the ultimate taboo, Supreme Unity was an odd man for sure, but he never showed any signs that his personality was this twisted. Maybe he's been hiding for so long, or maybe his oddness made him susceptible to change or influence. Ultimately, I don't think that matters for now. True, Wang Wei nodded. One more question. What exactly is your realm? How do you achieve it? I'll tell you everything after this mess is cleaned up, and you've become a paragon. I guess I should have expected this. There is certain information you cannot contact until you're of a certain strength or realm. This rule is not as strict for you because you've deduced these secrets on your own. But it still exists. These words brought Wang Wei to his time in the lower dimension when he could ask his wife about many secrets of heaven and earth. Sometimes, Heavenly Tao or even Grand Tao would stop their conversation. Sadly, he was forced to rely on his brain to get these secrets after she left. Any more questions? One last question. Do I call you Grandma? Wang Wei asked without shame, making Mithria laugh. Grandma, I remember years ago, when I was a mortal, I always wanted a family, she reminisced. However, I've renounced these sectarian concepts after so long. So that's a no? Do you want to call me Grandma? Who wouldn't want such powerful and hopefully doting grandparents? Wang Wei replied cheekily. Mithria's smile widened. As much as I would love for us to be this close, you should reserve that title for Mao Yu. She might indeed see it as a sign of disrespect. Wang Wei agreed, so he did not bring it on anymore. Now let me ask you something. Oh, I think I'm an open book before someone of your level. On the contrary, you're a mystery, Maitreya responded. How? For example, I'm still baffled about your birth. Wang Wei frowned, but he did not speak and listened. You were born with a paragon quality and quantity soul. Even if they were sealed during your reincarnation, there is no way that supreme unity or I would not have noticed your birth. However, neither of us noticed until your final trial in the pagoda. Why? Wang Wei was genuinely surprised by this question. I actually never thought of that. The best answer I can give you is fate protected me, but something tells me it may not be that simple. Indeed, Maitreya nodded. She opened her mouth to say something, and her body suddenly became transparent like a phantom. She looked at the sky. It seems we can't talk for much longer. A few words before I leave. First, Supreme Unity will be doing something significant. I don't know what it is, but his silence is worrying. Second, Time Eater will be your biggest obstacle, not only because of whatever he's planning, which involves the infinite trichiliocosm, but because he's a pawn that heavenly book Paragon left in the world while we attended the ultimate taboo. Although he considered himself as breaking away from the latter's control, in a desperate matter, he might have tried to accept his fate to deal with you. Wang Wei frowned but still did not utter a word. Lastly, Wu Hong is in danger. Maitreya continued as her body was almost gone. A fierce light flashed in Wang Wei's eyes. She created something that he's very interested in. Adding her connection to you. Eliminating her will deal a severe blow to you and kill two birds with one stone. After meeting you, I've confirmed that you two have an unparalleled destiny. However, she received the short end of the stick in that situation since it seems she needs you to activate that destiny. To be specific, she doesn't need you, but it will take too long for her to do it alone. But that's not the point. The point is you're currently protected by your destiny, to some extent, but she's not. So, I recommend you remove her from the current situation until she activates her destiny. Maitreya disappeared, leaving Wang Wei alone to his thoughts. He did not wholly believe Maitreya, but for now his intuition was telling him she was indeed on their side. He will still be vigilant and also double-check some things she said, but for the most part he's reassured. However, he was concerned about what she said about Wu Hong. Unparalleled destiny? She's probably talking about the destiny to walk the transcendent path. If that is true, she was not entirely correct. Future Hunger changed the timeline by sending a clone in the past and with the perfection method, activated my so-called transcendent destiny. So, I need to do the same by convincing her to establish the perfect foundation, which requires help from the dark truth that no longer exists. Wang Wei frowned. Wait, this might be the best opportunity to check if the dark truth is somehow related to my future self. His future self would find an opportunity to expand the dark truth to the upper dimension. The dark truth is not only the best way to activate her transcendent destiny, but also hide and protect her during the current terrible situation. Once she succeeds, she will have a mild destiny protection from half-step transcendence, just like Maitreya suggested. Wang Wei had a bright smile on his face. Although he still needed to verify whether the dark truth was here, he was confident in his analysis. Unfortunately, a terrible realization dawned on him. She's technically no longer my wife, he thought with a painful heart. What if I can't woo her again and she severs our bond? No matter how powerful things like fate and destiny are, nothing is set in stone for people of their cultivation realm. They have a lot of choices and free will, meaning it's still possible for him and Wu Hong not to end up together. Okay, calm down Wang Wei. You're handsome, suave, have a good personality. Well, maybe not good, but charming, and have great potential. I have hope if she's willing to give me a chance. After giving himself a pep talk, he calmed down. Despite how desperately he wanted to, now was not the time to meet her. Let's check on grandfather. He opened a portal to Samsara. Wang Wei found himself floating above two bridges that crossed a terrifying dark river. One bridge looked ordinary, and the other was golden. The ordinary one was a passage for regular souls, but the golden one contained only immortal souls. Yet both were full of souls that kept on coming. The second thing he noticed was how stable this space was. He was shocked as he realized his full strength could not tear the space in this place. He could teleport, but could not destroy the fabric of this space. Wang Wei then frowned as he sensed countless powerful gazes locked on him, seemingly warning him. However, they seemed to relax slightly after detecting his minor three-realm emperor status. He controlled himself and uttered, "Grandma, I'm here to see you." However, nothing happened after a few minutes, so Wang Wei continued, "I know you should be very busy, but my grandfather disappeared as he was reincarnating, and I know the family is worried about his whereabouts." Wang Wei then heard a sigh, followed by a peaceful voice with the power to naturally calm people down. "Did she tell you?" "She did." "That was not her truth to reveal." "Probably, but it was also the best way to lower my guards against her." Wang Wei nodded. "Your grandfather is fine," Mao Yu's voice continued. "With my training, he will live up to the expectations you have for him." "That's good to hear. However, I cannot meet or help you in any way or form, at least not now. I know there are strict rules and regulations in Samsara," Wang Wei replied. He did not expect any help. "I came to check on Grandpa, and to ask your opinion on Mithreya." "It's good to be vigilant," Mao Yu praised. "As for her, she is someone who truly deserves the title of Buddha. However, her actions are the result of the conflicting ideals of Buddhism, and cultivating in general. Buddhism requires a kind, peaceful, and non-confrontational mindset. Meanwhile, cultivation is all about power, a hierarchy, and the survival of the fittest. When presented with the opportunity to reach higher levels, Mithreya followed her instinct as a cultivator instead of a Buddha. Now, she's living with regret and paying the consequences of her choice." Wang Wei pondered. His grandmother's words perfectly encapsulated the character profile he made for Mithreya after their short meeting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1209 Another piece of the puzzle. Can I ask you something important? What Dao does Mithreya cultivate? Wang Wei asked. It's a unique Buddhist-focused Dao called Form/Formless Dao. Not Time Dao. No. I see. Well, thank you for the information, Wang Wei said. I'll be leaving now. Say hi to Grandpa for me, and welcome to the family. Wang Wei had a lot to do and many things to ponder, so he did not waste much time in the afterlife. He opened a portal, preparing to return to the world of the living. Wait, said Mao Yu's voice. This is for you. A small cauldron appeared before Wang Wei. This. A supreme chaos treasure called the Moon Cauldron. It's a soul protection treasure, Mao Yu explained. It seems you're used to relying on your soul's uniqueness for defense, but that won't work anymore in the upper dimension. Be careful since this thing is only for protection and not for battle. Are you sure? If you're going to be in trouble, no need for concern, Mao Yu replied. I can spin this as a reward for your achievement of a 3-realm emperor. Twisting the rules? You're really my grandma. Mao Yu chuckled. Go and take care of yourself. When your father ascends, tell him to come see me. All right. Wang Wei returned to the White Lotus Temple with the artifact. He did not spend another second and instantly teleported to the masked clan since he had already been there and knew the spatial location. He sat in his room, pondering about his meeting with Mithreya. The greatest information I've pieced together from that meeting is that Mithreya used the River of Time for her transcendent path, Wang Wei thought. He concluded this for a few reasons. Mithreya's main Dao is Form Dao, and yet, when they meet, she stops time. Wang Wei reviewed the experience in his mind repeatedly, and concluded it was not something she did on purpose or some utilization of law, but an instinct. This is one of the missing puzzles. Paragon often uses the River of Time to navigate the vastness of primordial chaos or the source chi space. Their battle usually involved traveling to the past, eliminating their opponent when they were weak, and on rare occasions, exploring the infinite Trichiliachasm. Supreme Unity wanted Paragons, or their breakthrough to affect the eternal Ascension world, while Mithria focused on protecting this world's branch of the River of Time. His eyes lit up. How to use the River of Time to become transcendent? Do you just absorb the enormous power from it? Or is it something like imitating its essence in our souls/sea of consciousness? Both were possible, but they could also be far from the truth. There is no point in thinking about this now. If she's telling the truth, he'll eventually know which method she used. An idea for achieving transcendence is one thing, and a concrete technique with specific instructions is another. Wang Wei then shifted his attention to what Mithria said about his birth. He found another anomaly in his life, and now he wanted answers. I can try to go back and experience it after becoming a Paragon. This was the only way he could think of, but that might not work. After all, if a power is involved that can even slip through Mithria and Supreme Unity's eyes, the chances of him discovering it are almost zero. Why is my life so complicated? Wang Wei complained before summoning the Moon Cauldron. Habit is a terrifying thing. I would have suffered tremendously had she not reminded him. Wang Wei was so used to not having to worry about his soul that he almost suffered a terrible loss before learning from this mistake. From now on, I must gather Paragon tier soul cultivation techniques and resources. He imprinted on the artifact before waiting for everyone from the Mask clan to gather. He spent his time reviewing all the clan's information and assessing their information-gathering capabilities. A month later, Wang Wei stood before a large field with countless members of the Mask clan kneeling before him. He glanced at the prime mask at the front. Is that everyone? Yes, Lord. But from what I know, this is only 70% of your clan. It's like this. Our. Wang Wei raised his hand to stop him. He looked in the distance, and with a thought, a countless karmic thread manifested from his palm. He tugged them, dragging countless more members into this dimension. Their leader was a confused woman baffled by how she suddenly returned to the clan against her will. Why did you betray the clan? Wang Wei asked. Who are you? She asked. Red Elder Mask, this is the Lord from the main sect, coming to regain control of the clan. Prime Mask swiftly said. A slight surprise flashed in Red Elder Mask's face, but she remained stoic as she stared at Wang Wei. What are you doing? Quickly acknowledge your mistake. The Red Elder Mask remained unmoved. I see, Wang Wei uttered. You're an ambitious individual, so you resented that such an incompetent person was chosen as patriarch instead of you. She gritted her teeth. Our assassination branch performs the most demanding tasks with a low survival rate while these bastards stay comfortably in their position. Yet, we are looked over for the patriarch position every generation. Don't talk nonsense, yelled Prime Mask. No, let her speak, Wang Wei said. We simply refuse to be overlooked anymore, she finished. Wang Wei's eyes suddenly became profound, as if the fate of all sentient beings existed in them. Red Elder Mask's face turned pale. With that single gaze, she felt so tiny and weak. It was as if she was a bug facing not a human but a towering dragon. Her first instinct was to activate her inner world to resist, but her battle senses as a Tao ruler warned her that she would die faster if she did. As she was about to explode from the pressure, it suddenly dissipated. Wang Wei smiled. I like ambitious people, but only when they are competent. Luckily, your group is the only one I consider barely competent in this clan. He raised his palm, and the fate lines of all the Mask clan members wrapped around his finger and palm. A rune emanated from his soul, and fused with the line. Your fates are now mine, he declared before fixing his gaze on another Elder of the Black. This one was the Yellow Elder Mask. Have a problem with what I did? The Yellow Elder Mask's body trembled, and he swiftly lowered his head. You didn't have a problem when the Sect supported you for who knows how long. Didn't you already know your fate from the day of your inception? No one said a word, so Wang Wei focused on the group at large. As I said, only the assassin squad is barely competent, meaning you'll need to undergo training, Wang Wei announced. From now on, you're members of my Fate Shadow Guard. I'll advise you to abandon all ideas and notions about your previous life. Do not cling to your former status and power since they are meaningless. This is the mindset you'll need to survive, grow stronger, and regain your honor and dignity. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Everyone replied in unison. That's the spirit. Go prepare, he ordered. We will leave here in a few days. Wang Wei walked away, waiting for Wang Qi's arrival. Red Elder Mask looked at his back, deep in thought. Maybe this is not a bad thing. All she wanted was an opportunity to display her talent and receive the power and honor she deserves. The Mask clan's corruption blocked her path, but she might have a chance with this new leader and system. 3 days later, Wang Qi arrived at the Mask clan and was directly teleported to Wang Wei's room. You're late. He contacted Wang Qi a month ago as soon as he arrived. Patriarch, you don't understand how chaotic the situation is, Wang Qi replied. Everyone is looking for you. There are random checks in almost every territory, so it was difficult to get here while hiding my identity. Is that so? Wang Wei muttered. It seems we will need an independent transportation system. That is a must, Wang Qi swiftly nodded. Otherwise, our work will be 100 times more challenging. We can create a subspace system for our people to travel. Like the ones we build for mortals? Exactly, Wang Wei nodded. The only issue is how to hide it from everyone else. If we had a Space Chaos Supreme treasure, we could use it, even adding the heaven-deceiving array. However, such treasure is rare. Wang Qi's eyes suddenly lit up. Should we ask the sect for support? No need to involve them, especially since we have a better option. Better option? You mean our base and the former residents of the Dao burial ground? Exactly. We used the ascending treasure chi you provided, evolving the treasure from chaos to supreme innate treasure. However, it's a long way to the supreme chaos treasure tier. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:10 First Contact. We can feed the Dao burial ground more ascending treasure chi until it becomes a top supreme innate treasure, Wang Wei commented. There are only a few ways to elevate the rank of innate treasures. The most common is to have someone of a higher cultivation nourish it. In the case of a chaos treasure, someone of rank 11 would need to nourish it before it evolved into a supreme innate treasure. Empyreans and Dao rulers need to use the pure grand Dao source nourishment, but the most effective baptism is from an earth pre-march. However, if we want it to evolve to the next level, we need a unique rank 12 chi. Wang Qi smiled wryly. Sect Master, where in heaven will we find something like this? Instead of doing something so pointless, we might as well search for a supreme chaos treasure. Although the Dao burial ground's primary attribute is hiding, making it perfect for a subspace system, it may not be worth all the trouble. Wang Wei shook his head. You're limiting your thinking. We don't have to do everything as long as we have the right allies. The right allies? You mean the celestial race, Wang Qi stated, having figured out his sect master's intention. Indeed, if a faction with such a unique chi exists, it would be them. The issue is convincing them to part with such a heavy gift. Whether they give it or not can also be a test of how much they are willing to invest in our cause, Wang Wei added. We need to know in advance whether their clan will stay in hiding and do the bare minimum to contribute to the end of this era or invest fully. What choice do you think they'll make? Wang Qi asked. I cannot say for sure, Wang Wei replied as he looked in the distance. Ending this era means returning to the Golden Age, where the 13 overlords reign supreme. Some people are happy about this, while others want a new world order. From what I know, the Celestial Clan used to be an upper-lower member of the Myriad Clan Union, one of the 13 overlords. Maybe they want to use this opportunity to climb the political ladder in their faction, or they simply want to return to the old times without much desire. We'll have to see. Wang Qi sighed, feeling how inadequate he was at looking at the overall situation compared to his sect master. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll contact the celestial race only after settling our base and start expanding the Fate Shadow Guard, Wang Wei stated. Now tell me of the current situation. This is the information you want, Wang Qi said as he handed him a jade talisman. As you ordered. I focus on establishing the base, gathering more members for the guards, and maintaining our relationship with the rebellion. Wang Wei shifted through the information. So the new rising member was indeed Xiao Tiandi. It seems he's gotten his life together. Did my words get to him, or did something else happen? And Purple Chaos Emperor? Did he choose Chaos Dao? With his talent, it's fitting. He's an interesting character, Wang Qi commented. Many people still talk about his so-called redemption even today. A disappointing genius that finally shows its brilliance is worthy of gossiping about. Especially since his master has such fame. Wang Wei nodded. He frowned a few seconds later. What about the news about the Fiend God Blood or Dao Monarch Qianwu? I didn't mention them in the briefing because I've only gathered unconfirmed and probably unreliable rumors, Wang Qi explained. What rumors? The rumor is that 2 of the parasites had an altercation more than 10,000 yuan epoch ago over a body refining inheritance. I tried to confirm the rumor, but some said it was between 5 Feather and Undead Phoenix, while others said it was between Time Eater and Blood Dragon. Wang Wei grunted. What about the Tier 11 Fiend Godblood? This rumor has more substance, Wang Qi replied. There is a chance that the treasury of the Divine Chu dynasty has some in reserve. Them? It seems I may have to visit Shirulan. Wang Wei remembered that kind and enthusiastic girl that can instantly change into an overbearing and domineering ruler during battle. Sect Master, is this wise? After all, she is the Earth Emperor's daughter. If she has the slightest ambitions, she'll understand that her father is a blocking stone in her path, Wang Wei remarked. I only need to nudge her in the right direction, and she might turn on him. That could work. All right, let's leave, Wang Wei stated. He did not waste time, and teleported everybody to the Dao burial ground. As soon as Wang Wei arrived, 2 people teleported before him, all on guard. I'm pleased with your response time, Wang Wei praised. Master. The 2 guards immediately knelt on the floor. He was about to tell them to get up when he suddenly frowned. Who's in charge of security? That would be Yan Wingzhu, codename Bright Shadow, replied one of the guards. Summon her. A petite woman dressed in black appeared a few seconds later, and she immediately knelt after seeing Wang Wei. Master. You've disappointed me. Bright Shadow's body trembled after hearing these words. There are 2 things that all guards fear and hate the most: mission failures, which are sometimes unavoidable, and the Master's disappointment. Master, what did I do wrong? She swiftly asked. Someone has infiltrated our base, and it's an Empyrean, Wang Wei stated calmly while looking in the distance. The base contained countless hidden dimensions that were mainly used for training. Bright Fate's face turned pale, and the situation worsened when Wang Wei's gaze shifted to all of them. You're also to blame for not discovering the intruder. The other already had sweat on their backs. We will accept punishment. The worst thing a guard can do is make excuses for its failure. I'll forgive you this time since you're still adapting to how things operate in the upper dimension. However, there should not be a second time, understand? We do. Good. Wang Wei nodded before pointing to the quiet masked clan members behind him. These are the recruits I brought. They have a special talent, so try incorporating it into our system. Your will shall be done, replied Wen Deming, codename Fate Virtue, since he's in charge of training while Plum Fate runs all outside operations. In other words, they will serve under him once these people are appropriately trained. As Wang Wei watched these people disperse, he secretly shook his head. He chose these 3 because of their abilities. He even spent years tracking unique insurgent chi for them to ensure their strength would be helpful after ascending. Yet this happened. I miss Wang Zhu, he thought. He desperately needed someone competent to lead his guard. Maybe that red elder mask will prove to be what I need. Otherwise, I'll need to search for someone else. Master, what should we do about the spy? Wang Qi asked, his face also pale. Although this was not his job, he blamed himself for such an enormous blunder. I'll deal with him, Wang Wei said before disappearing. He entered the source chi space with an ordinary-looking man bound by golden chains. The man looked at him fiercely. He did not expect for him to be discovered and captured so easily. Such overwhelming strength scared him, but his training allowed him to compose himself. "You're very well trained," Wang Wei commented. "I'm guessing you won't say anything." The spy continued staring at him. To cultivate an Empyrean as a spy and even train him to immediately try to eliminate himself after being captured. "I'm very curious about your master." He entered this man's sea of consciousness to look at his soul. As expected, a potent restriction that leaves me useless. He sighed as he glanced at the complex magic circle above the sky and this spy's soul. "I guess we're doing this the old-fashioned way." He returned to the material world and looked this man in the eyes. "You should have trained to resist torture, but how high is your pain threshold?" The spy stared at him, and Wang Wei smiled. He activated his pain innate talent. And had this man experienced the pain of his tribulation? Not a second had passed before the man's shriek echoed in this infinite space full of pure energy. Wang Wei tuned out all the noise, focusing on preventing this man's spirit or psyche from collapsing, while also not activating the restriction in his soul. "Ready to talk?" Wang Wei asked, but all he received was that intense stare. "I forgot you're a tough guy. Well, this first session was only 10 seconds. Let's try to triple the time for the second one." The spy's face turned deathly pale. He felt like he lived in a world of pain for an eternity before it stopped. Now this devilish bastard told him only 10 seconds had passed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:11 Welcome Message Final Speak. "Please make it stop," said the spy, his eyes devoid of hope. By now he only wanted one thing: relief brought by sweet death. Sadly, he knew this devil would never grant him his wish unless he spoke. Luckily, speaking is another way to fulfill his desire. "Good," Wang Wei nodded. "I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to answer it exactly as I asked. Understand?" The spy barely nodded. "Let's see. I need to be subtle to prevent triggering the restriction, which will most likely result in his self-explosion," Wang Wei thought. After compiling a plan, he summoned the Bashian turtle shell to boost his divination capabilities. His eyes turned all gray as he channeled the power of fate. Will he explode if I ask him what organization he works for? Yes. What about the name of a useless or abandoned base? Yes. A mission with no relevance to his employer? Yes. What if I ask him about his code name? Maybe, Wang Wei thought as he focused. This bastard will actively use a triggering word to commit suicide? I need to watch out for that. He continued his divination for a few seconds before asking the first question. "Tell me all the places you've been to before arriving at our base. No need to be specific. Just state the overall area, city, continent, or area." Such a strange question momentarily disoriented the spy, but he answered. "Right before teleporting to the base, I was in Sunset City." Wang Wei nodded while observing this man intensely. Sunset City was one of the places where the Fate Shadow Guards recruited new members. "Before that, I was on the Black Earth continent." "There is a SR." Silence. Wang Wei cut him off. "Do you want to experience it a fourth time?" The spy's body trembled as he shut his mouth. He hesitated for a moment, but he saw Wang Wei's eyes. He told the latter of the last two places he was in before arriving here. If I follow his trajectory, he came from one of Taoism's territories. Is he from a faction under the Seven Cauldron? Or directly from Supreme Unity's core power? Wang Wei was deep in thought before asking the second question. Recount verbatim how a typical conversation with your subordinate usually goes. No need to mention any classified information or phrase. The spy was again puzzled, but he followed orders. It was odd to reenact a conversation, but whatever prevented him from suffering. So his status was that of a vice commander, Wang Wei analyzed from the retelling. And there are more than one. How many Empyreans have you met in your life? What, I don't know. Quickly. About 125. Of these 125, how many did you attempt and succeed to kill? I've killed 34, failed 6 times. How many did you have a friendly spar with? Who won? And why did you lose? Wang Wei continued, and after hearing this answer, Wang Wei thought, I can confirm 20 other vice commanders, all Empyreans. Now let's check if Dao rulers and immortal sovereigns are in that position. He asked more questions about the other paths, about people the spy respected dearly without any specifics, and many more. About 33 vice commanders and 5 commanders, with a few that are likely everlasting, Wang Wei thought. Let's see if I can deduce their organizational structure from him. Wang Wei opened his mouth to ask something, but stopped himself before uttering a single word. He looked in the distance. Already here? They are faster than I anticipated. He glanced at the spy, and without hesitation he chopped his head and extinguished his soul. Wang Wei disappeared, leaving the headless body on the ground. A group of 5 individuals dressed in all white appeared. That body shape, it's Vice Commander Urshi, said one of the spies. Their leader, the only one whose clothes contained stripes of black, 24 to be exact, calmly observed everything. I can't believe he died so horribly. Wasn't his mission to investigate news about the Destined One? I can't believe that was his end. The people from the Stargazing Pavilion should have done a better job warning of the mission's difficulty. Vice Commander Urshi is an upper middle moon commander. Losing him is a great loss. Their leader frowned as he looked at the body. He suddenly felt something was wrong, but could not pinpoint what exactly. Quiet, he ordered, stopping this nonsensical chatter. Someone go verify if his Dao imprint still exists. Yes, Vice Commander Urshi. I'll get to. Bang chains suddenly manifested out of nowhere, capturing everyone but the leader. A shield appeared around him, blocking Wang Wei's attack. It's you, Urshi declared after seeing Wang Wei's true face. He also understood what his intuition was warning him. His men are originally better trained than this and should not be discussing the organization's news so openly, even if they were in a safe space among colleagues. So it's obvious someone used a spiritual influence technique on them to influence them to talk and reveal more information. So you know me, Wang Wei said. The leader was correct, as he had gathered significant information from their conversation. Number 24? He should be a lower upper moon. If the person with the number 24 has the same cultivation as me, the strongest, number 33, should be a peak Empyrean. Wang Wei's gaze then shifted to this man's shield. It was not Ursa's strength that saved him, but a potent talisman. I pity you, Urshi suddenly declared after calming down. Do you know the fate of anyone who goes against our supreme ruler? Believe me when I... Wang Wei did not listen to him as he clenched his hand, releasing a power that broke apart the shield. Ursa's face contorted as he mobilized his 5-element Dao. Sadly for him, Wang Wei sealed him with a thought. A ruthless light flashed in Vice Commander Ursa's eyes, and it followed a small sword that left his head and immediately released a brilliant golden light that wiped out all energy/chi in the surroundings. Urshi immediately knew something was wrong when he realized he was alive despite his severe injuries. His suicidal endeavors should have taken his life as well. He looked at the perfectly intact Wang Wei. What kind of monster are you? He knew the Destined One should have just ascended, so he could not fathom how he was already this strong. You'll know soon, Wang Wei replied before using his technique. Fate Puppet. His fingers released gray strings attached to Ursa's body. He did not touch his soul, but isolated it while controlling the body. Let's send a welcoming message, Wang Wei thought. He found the karmic link between Urshi and his Dao imprint in the Grand Dao source, leaving his true will on it to remove at the correct time. His next step was finding heirs his Dao imprint, which took a little time since he died. Luckily, he died before activating his motion, so Wang Wei was able to find him after using Karma Dao, divination, and the zoning of his Dao will. After properly killing Urshi, he checked the souls of the regular members with no success. He'll need to do something about these restrictions. However, I'm surprised Supreme Unity left Seven Cauldron in charge of making these restrictions instead of himself. Did it think it was beneath him? He probably thought such secrets were beneath him to protect personally. Wang Wei could see that only a few things would warrant the Taoist tyrant to place a restriction personally, and it should probably be something he genuinely wanted to hide from Mithraea. Wang Wei activated the restrictions and watched how these regular members exploded. He then disappeared, and immediately following his departure, the only survivor, Ursi, began to fly away desperately, his aura decreasing with each passing moment. A few minutes later, another group found him in the source chi space. Hurry, important news, Destined one is. Ursi muttered before passing out. The group was shocked and quickly fed him a healing pill. However, he did not wake up, so they returned to their base, hoping to wake him up to get the information he had acquired. Boom. Ursi's body exploded the moment they teleported to their base. The explosion was intense since he was an Empyrean, after all. However, the damage it created was zero. The people carrying his body were severely injured, but no one died. The reason is that the Paragon formation in their base immediately activated and isolated the blast. In fact, Wang Wei expected this outcome. That's why Ursi exploded instantly after arriving. He knew there would be a formation to detect that he was controlled. Regardless, he did not care since his purpose was to send a message and confirm that these people were part of Seven Cauldrons' forces, which he did after sensing the blast's location. Once that was done, he removed Ursi's Dao imprint before returning to his base. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:12 Recruiting, unedited chapter. It took Wang Wei a few minutes before he could return to his base, and that's because of the new location. After detecting the spy, he immediately changed the Dao burial grounds location. He did not know how much information Ursi had already reported, so he must be careful. After returning home, Wang Wei served himself some Longjue tea to soothe his mind and think. They probably found us through divination. Taoism was excellent at divination and calculation. Although they could not calculate Wang Wei, they could do so for the people around him. I need to upgrade our anti-divination abilities, Wang Wei pondered. Not just that, I also need to improve their training method and how they operate. He realized that his Fate Shadow Guards were not the only ones who needed to change and adapt to how things operated in the upper dimension. It seems like there are too many things to do with very little time, Wang Wei thought as he sipped his drink. No, I feel this way because my mindset hasn't changed from the lower dimension. This war will not end in a few thousand years or even a few million years. This battle could take epochs, and I need to accept that and take things slowly. Wang Wei calmed down, readjusting his mindset and his plan. Once he finished the tea, he summoned Wang Qi. Sect Master. Go ask the rebellion for their information on Seven Cauldrons' spy agency. No problem, but Sect Master, wouldn't this be a good opportunity for you to contact them? Wang Wei shook his head. Keeping an air of mystery will be more helpful to me in the early stages. Our first direct contact should also be with their leader. Otherwise, some people might try to play political games, and I don't want to deal with such nonsense. As you wish. Wang Qi had a special communication room for contacting the rebellion, so he went to use it. A few minutes later, he sent a projection to Wang Wei's room. Sect Master, they are asking for payment? Wang Wei raised his hand to summon a head. Who's this? Vice Commander airs his head. How valuable is this? Wang Qi asked so he knows how to negotiate the maximum profit. Notability, even infamy, is crucial to their cause. So, claiming the kill for an Empyrean and one of such an organization is very valuable. It should be more than enough for high-level and detailed news. Wang Qi took the head and disappeared. He returned 2 hours later with a scroll. The Hidden Sun Moon Sect? Wang Wei read everything, gaining a deeper understanding of this organization. 3 things caught his attention after reading this briefing. Firstly, the rebellion mentioned how talented and scary the leader of this sect, the First Son, was. They even stated that the First Son was one of the few Empyreans their leader was wary of. Secondly, A brief passage mentions how the Hidden Sun Moon Sect was the second most powerful spy agency amongst the parasites, at least regarding information-gathering ability and assassination. Wang Wei was intrigued about who had the best shadow guards under their control, but that was not the main point he noticed from this briefing. After Mithraea and Supreme Unity's rise, people should refrain from using the word sun, or any iconography related to the sun, just like rulers or kings cannot call themselves emperors in the lower dimension. It's the same for the 7 moons, but on a much lower level. However, Seven Cauldron not only named his faction after the sun and moon, he even named their commander the First Sun. So, either I'm overthinking this small detail, or there is something more behind such choices. Wang Wei did not believe he was overthinking. The higher the cultivation, the bigger a cultivator's ego usually is, making them care about such insignificant things. The only way for Seven Cauldron to make such a blunder would be if he were indeed politically illiterate, but even if that were the case, someone would have reminded him. With their high self-esteem, the other moons would have definitely confronted him because his vice-commanders are classified using the moon. They might even have pressured him to change it, yet the name remains. The more I think about it, the more significant this small detail seems, Wang Wei concluded. Let's see if this information will go somewhere. He looked at Wang Qi. You did an excellent job. The information revealed was way more than Wang Wei expected. Thank you for the praise, Sect Master, but I'm just doing my job. It's good that you take your duty seriously and are good at it, but don't neglect your cultivation, Wang Wei warned. You know how vast and complex this world is. Your fate will be terrible without strength. I understand this clearly, Wang Qi replied. Good. Wang Wei dismissed him before proceeding to his next task, recruitment. He activated his soul flower ability, accessing the soul network. Oh my heaven, so many souls, Wang Wei commented. If he considered the souls he saw as a single grain of sand, there were enough to fill the entire observable universe on Earth with still a significant amount of people left. Wang Wei sighed. Moments like this showed him how small and insignificant he is. He controlled himself to focus on his ability. There were a few areas with a vague outline, signifying places with a Tier 11 formation of one of the paths. However, he did not care since even the ones with Empyrean's formation meant that he needed to take time to break into them if he wished. So he focused on the all-black areas. Tier 12 protections, Wang Wei thought briefly before frowning. He noticed countless souls with marks on them. Too many people with restrictions in their souls, he complained. Let's filter these souls out, he muttered. He first removed all the mortals with no cultivation, which eliminated 60% of the souls, a number that shocked him since mortals make up 80% of the population in the lower dimension. He eliminated the souls with restrictions he could not currently deal with, followed by the ones with deep backgrounds and abundant resources. Lastly, he eliminated anyone with a cultivation less than Tier 7. The next step is the halls and systems. Wang Wei quickly finished everything before forcefully summoning these chosen souls. Many cultivators from Tier 7 to Tier 11, and from all paths gathered in a large room with gray fog for a sky. Wang Wei sat cross-legged in the sky above him. A few Empyreans did not like someone floating above their heads and prepared to display their strength. However, the wise ones knew better since someone who could summon so many souls at once should not be trifled with. Wang Wei released a bit of his soul pressure, suppressing these bold individuals. Many of you should have heard rumors of me, for I am the destined one charged with ending this terrible era, he declared. I have chosen you because of your talent and abilities. Sadly, fate was not kind, so it did not give luck or destiny. You've come so far without any reliance and background. The people listened attentively. I come with an opportunity, Wang Wei. Source stones, formations, pills, talismans, weapons, luck. Anything you want, you can get it. He smiled. Of course, you've lived long enough to understand that there is no free lunch in the cultivation world. So, what do I want in return? Well, it doesn't take a genius to figure that out. I want help to end this insufferable era. Your cultivation journey was arduous, making you value power even more. Sadly for most of you, the path ahead is blocked, and all resources are strictly controlled by either those parasites or those ancient sections. Wang Wei raised his hands to summon a few buildings created from the fog. If you choose to join my changing fate hall, here is how things will operate. There is the mission hall. You can choose missions, and upon completion, you will receive Dao Source or Fate Points based on your choice. Fate Points come with a 5% discount for all purchases, and it's also a system to increase your rank to access some rare level resources. He summoned another building. There is the Resource Hall, where you can exchange almost everything, including cultivation, rare qi, and even longevity resources. There is the Profession Hall. Anyone with a profession Dao can receive specific missions that involve their profession. These missions usually refine something, but there are others as well. And yes, the materials will be provided, and you can keep the extras. Another building manifested from the fog. The Information Hall. You can exchange and sell news, secrets, and rumors. Lastly, there is Prime Hall. This hall is for people who truly wish to follow me instead of only using this transactional method of exchange. You can imagine the benefits and risks of this hall so that I won't say any more. Wang Wei finished. Any question? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12-13 The Changing Fate Hall, and I added the Information Hall in the previous chapter. Empyrean White Cloud was an old man dressed in all white robes with golden cloud patterns. His long hair was white, along with his beard that reached his chest. He calmly listened to this person's words. There is no way for him to be the Destined One, he thought. Many information agencies have deduced that the Chosen One is from the lower dimension. However, the person in front of him was an Empyrean. No matter how talented and blessed that son of an era is, they could not have become an Empyrean in a barren place like the lower dimension or the short period after ascending. I don't care whether he's some ambitious tyrant who wants to use the Chosen One's names to build power, White Cloud thought. I care about what benefit he can provide me. The limitless exchange hall was forcefully scattered into smaller parts, making life for loose cultivators harder than usual. So, it might not be bad if someone else takes its place. The room was quiet, and everyone left to their thoughts. Finally, after more than 2 minutes, someone asked a question. How may we address you, Your Excellency? Asked a woman in a purple dress. You can call me Empyrean Wang or Empyrean Fate, Wang Wei replied. Wang was both a common and rare name. Many people had that surname, but 2 families who reached the peak of this world also had that name. So they could not tell whether he was part of those families or just someone with that name. However, using the title Fate implied that it was his Dao, which was significant information since it was an outlaw Dao. You said this was an invitation? Correct. Meaning we can reject this offer? She continued. Also correct. She looked at him as if discerning whether he was telling the truth. You don't need to worry about rejecting me, Wang Wei reassured. All that's going to happen is you lose your memory of today's event. The purple dress woman frowned. She and many others did not like the idea of someone messing with their memories. Why should we allow such a thing? Someone suddenly yelled. Because the alternative is death, Wang Wei replied calmly before releasing his Paragon soul pressure, suppressing all the trillions of cultivators present in the room, forcing them to their knees. That's definitely a Paragon soul, Empyrean White Cloud thought. This bastard is a Paragon who either survived the cleaning, or just broke through secretly, and began building his power. He was sure of his analysis, however he still hadn't figured out why this guy was masquerading as an Empyrean. I am an advocate for free will and choices, Wang Wei calmly stated. I believe someone who chooses to do something is better than one who is forced to do so. That's why I showed my kindness by giving you the choice. But do not ever mistake my kindness for weakness. Now make your choice. Accept my offer and take this opportunity, or continue your life of struggling and competing for the scraps of the elite. After hearing that sentence, many of these cultivators felt a fiery light flash in their eyes, as it was too close to home. They had no choice but to fight for their resources, but in this era, said resources were the things these top lineages did not want or care about. The Limitless Exchange Hall was the only faction amongst the 13 overlord dedicated to loose cultivators. However, after its founder disappeared in the ultimate taboo, this era's rulers almost destroyed their headquarters. They forced all the branches to operate independently, thus drastically weakening them in the process. After contemplating, many people chose to leave for various reasons, mainly because they didn't want to face the 7 moons and 2 suns. Although the current situation showed things were not looking good for them, they still did not want to be the enemy of these cruel and heartless bastards. As for the so-called Chosen One, well, these people did not care. Throughout history, there have been countless sons/daughters of Era who died horribly before achieving their destiny or had it stolen by others. Wang Wei did not say anything more to the people who chose to leave. He waved his hand to teleport them away with their memories missing. He kept his word and did not kill them, at least, not now. He knew some cultivators would check on these rejects to ensure he kept his promise. The Changing Fate Hall had just been established and needed a positive brand or image. So Wang Wei plans to monitor them before slowly killing them over time. He did not want to do that, but this world is vast and full of possibilities. Although he used some power of his Paragon soul to erase their memories, he could not guarantee that someone would not be able to retrieve them. Unfortunately, their death will drastically reduce that possibility. I'm glad that so many of you stayed. I promise you that the future will prove how correct your choice is, Wang Wei stated before pointing at these people, leaving a mark on their souls. No one said a word since they expected this. After all, they were joining a secret society, so secrecy and control were everything. The people who could not accept that had already left. Wang Wei left, and the recruits took a moment to review the ability of the mark and the message it left them about how things operated in this hall. After a few minutes, everybody flew to different halls. While most people headed to the mission hall, Empyrean White Cloud chose the information hall. He found himself in a booth with one person before him and a sign above with a few rules. 1. If you sell information, we have ways of determining the truth and the value of the information. 2. If you sell rumors, you will be compensated after we verify the truth. Some news might also require time for verification. 3. Some leniency will be allocated for selling rumors. However, you will be deducted fate points if you sell rumors as accurate information. 4. Selling false information will result in your capture and investigation. It seems they encourage selling rumors with some validity behind them, White Cloud thought. He walked to the young man behind the booth, who had a naturally lazy aura. I'm guessing you're here to sell instead of buying? Yes. Okay. What is it? Can you tell me what's valuable? Empyrean White Cloud asked. Currently, news about the parasites are the most valued. White Cloud immediately noticed the word parasite, as this was the most widespread derogatory word used to describe the current rulers. After that is information about lost history, secret realms, and places with rare spiritual herbs or ores. I see, White Cloud uttered before taking a moment to ponder. Someone from the Undead Phoenix once tried to recruit me. Oh, they said they were from the Immortal Legion and promised me immortality even better than everlasting Empyreans. You didn't accept such a good offer? Asked the booth man. Such a thing was too good to be true, replied White Cloud. Plus, these bastards were rude and arrogant. They didn't invite me as much as they ordered me to join. Since he escaped these people's clutches, White Cloud disdains these rulers. No parasites. Your news seems valuable. Tell me everything that happened, and what you know about this Immortal Legion. The young man behind the booth listened attentively, and once White Cloud finished, his eyes suddenly turned gray and mysterious. Divination? I should expect this since his title is Fate, thought Empyrean White Cloud. Good news. Your news is worth 3 million fate points, the booth man said, and with a wave of his hand, a card condensed before White Cloud with the number and the word human member written on the top corner. Is that high? White Cloud had no point of reference, so he did not know how high or valuable 3 million was. 1 million points is the lowest value of any Emperor tier resources, and the amount required to become an Earth member. So not high, White Cloud commented. But the booth man only smiled. How much to become a Heaven member? 1 billion points, and it's also the starting sale price of Empyrean tier resources. Such a vast difference. White Cloud shook his head. Shouldn't my news be worth higher? You only knew the name of a secret legion and nothing else of much value, replied the booth man. White Cloud sighed before deciding to sell more information. Unfortunately for him, besides a rumor of the location of a supreme innate spiritual herb for tempering the soul, everything else was useless. So he walked out of the hall with only a little over 3 million points. I hope the rumor is true, White Cloud thought. Luckily for him, he was one of the few people who used the information hall, meaning the reward for this rumor would go to him. He took a moment to contemplate his next move. There were two ways for him to amass billions of points as fast as possible. Sell Empyrean tier materials, but he was broke, and the other was to take a killing mission. As long as he killed an Empyrean from one of the Parasites factions, the body can be exchanged for many points. No, I can't take on a killing mission. I'm relatively weak in my realm, so the best move is to gather points and slowly raise my strength. Then I can take on killing missions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.